Hey everyone. So, I have got a story for you today. It is not one of those urban legend things, or something I heard from a friend of a friend. This one happened to me, and even now, years later, I still sleep with a baseball bat by my bed and check the locks 3 times before I can even think about drifting off. It started like so many modern nightmares do, with a dating app. I was in my late 20s, working a pretty standard desk job, and my social life was, well, it was mostly me and my cat, Mittens. So, like a lot of people, I turned to the apps. Swiping left, swiping right, the usual song and dance. Most of the time, it was just endless small talk, or people who looked nothing like their profile pictures. But then one evening, I matched with someone named Chloe. Her profile was solid. Good photos, not too many selfies. A few with friends. One of her hiking and a bio that actually made her sound like a real person, not just a collection of emojis. She was pretty, with dark hair and a really engaging smile. We started chatting and it was easy. No awkward silences, no forced jokes. She seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say, and she had a witty, dry sense of humor that I really appreciated. We talked about everything from our favorite bands to our worst dating app horror stories. It felt natural, like we actually clicked. After a few days of back and forth, I was genuinely looking forward to meeting her. Then she sent me a message late one night. It was a screenshot of our conversation with a little text bubble above it that said, "Haha, yeah, definitely not going on that kind of date again." She was referencing something we had joked about earlier, a truly awful first date she had. I chuckled, about to reply, when something in the background of the screenshot caught my eye. It was her phone's wallpaper, and it was a picture of me, not a picture from my dating profile, not a picture from my IU2B or Instagram, which I would long since locked down to private. It was a picture of me in my bed, sound asleep. My hair was messy, my mouth was slightly open, and the blanket was half tangled around my legs. The light in the photo was dim, like early morning or late night. It was undeniably me, and it was undeniably taken in my bedroom. My heart hammered against my ribs, a cold, icy dread spreading through my chest. My breath hitched. For a second, I thought I was hallucinating. I zoomed in on the screenshot. No, there was my ugly, slightly stained duvet cover. The poster on my wall that I would had since college. My alarm clock on the bedside table. Every detail confirmed it. This was not some random guy who looked like me. This was me. My first thought was, it has to be a joke. A really messed up, elaborate joke. Maybe she found a picture online somehow, photoshopped it, something. But the sheer specificity of it, the angle, the intimate setting, it felt too real. I did not reply to her message immediately. I could not. My fingers were shaking too much. I just stared at the screen. That photo burned into my brain. Who was this person? How did she get that picture? And why, for the love of God, was it her wallpaper? It was beyond creepy. It was a complete violation. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, I finally managed to type something back. I tried to keep my tone light, casual, like I had not just been hit with a freight train of pure terror. "Hey, quick question." I wrote, "That wallpaper on your phone in the screenshot, is that, me? Or just someone who looks exactly like me?" I waited. Every second felt like an hour. My palms were sweating. I could hear my own pulse thrumming in my ears. I kept glancing around my apartment. Even though I knew it was irrational, was someone here? Had someone been here? Her reply came a few minutes later. "OMG, LOL. You noticed," she wrote, followed by a string of laughing emojis. "Yeah, that is you. It is just a silly thing. I thought you looked cute sleeping, so I made it my wallpaper. You do not mind, do you?" My blood ran cold. Silly thing. Cute. The casualness of her response was even more terrifying than the picture itself. It was not a joke. She was not denying it. She was admitting to it, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. How did you get that picture? I typed, my voice hoarse even though I was just typing. I do not remember ever sending you anything like that. Another pause. This time, a little longer. My mind raced. Should I call the police? What would I even say? Some girl I matched with on a dating app has a picture of me sleeping as her phone wallpaper, and I do not know how she got it. They would probably tell me to block her and move on. Then her message popped up. Oh, just found it online. It was a while ago. Do not worry about it. So, about that date still on for next week. Found it online. That was her explanation. Found it online. I knew with absolute certainty that was a lie. I had never posted a picture of myself sleeping. Ever. And definitely not one from that angle, in that specific setting. This picture was taken in my bedroom. By someone who was in my bedroom. A wave of nausea washed over me. I felt like I was going to throw up. I wanted to scream at her, to demand answers, to ask if she was insane. But something held me back. Fear. Pure, unadulterated fear. What if confronting her directly just made things worse? What if she was already watching me? I blocked her, immediately, without another word. I deleted the conversation, deleted the app, even deleted my account. I wanted her gone, out of my digital life, out of my actual life. But the image of that photo and her chillingly casual response was burned into my mind. That night, I did not sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I checked my windows, my door locks, multiple times. I pulled the blinds down tight. I even propped a chair against my bedroom door, just in case. It felt childish, but it made me feel marginally safer. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I felt constantly watched. Walking down the street, I would catch myself glancing over my shoulder, convinced I saw a fleeting shadow, a familiar profile in a passing car. At work, I would jump every time someone walked past my cubicle. My focus was shot. I started noticing things in my apartment, small, almost imperceptible things that, in my heightened state, felt like glaring red flags. My toothbrush, which I always kept bristles up in a holder, would sometimes be bristles down. My coffee mug, which I would left on the counter, would be in the sink. My mail, which I usually stacked neatly on the table, would be fanned out. Each time, I would rationalize it. I must have done it myself and forgotten. I am just being paranoid. But the rationalizations felt hollow. One evening, I came home to find my front door unlocked. I always lock my door. Always. I am meticulous about it. My stomach dropped. I stood there for a long moment, my hand on the doorknob, too terrified to push it open. What if someone was inside? What if she was inside? I grabbed a heavy umbrella I kept by the door, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed the door open. The apartment was dark and silent. I crept through each room, umbrella raised, my heart pounding like a drum. Nothing. No one. Everything seemed to be in its place, except for the unlocked door. I locked it, then added the chain and the deadbolt. I felt a cold sweat on my back. It could not be a coincidence. Someone was getting in. Someone had been in. And the only person who had given me a reason to believe they were capable of such a thing was Chloe. Or whatever her real name was. I decided I needed to take this seriously. I went to the hardware store and bought a few cheap, motion-activated security cameras. I put one pointing at my front door, one at my back window, which was on the ground floor, and one in my living room, facing the main entrance. They were not fancy, just basic webcams that sent alerts to my phone, but it was better than nothing. The first few nights. I got a lot of false alarms mittens walking past, a moth fluttering too close to the lens. But then, about a week after I installed them, I got an alert in the middle of the night. My front door camera. I grabbed my phone, my hand shaking. The live feed showed nothing, just my dark entryway. But the alert indicated motion. I scrolled back to the recorded footage, and there it was, a faint, barely discernible shadow moving across the bottom of the frame, just outside my door. It was gone in an instant, too quick to make out any details, but it was definitely something, or someone. I stayed awake the rest of the night, staring at the live feeds, clutching my baseball bat. I called the police the next morning. I explained everything: the dating app, the photo, the unlocked door, the camera footage. The officer was polite, but clearly skeptical. He said they would send a patrol car by my building more often, but without a clear image or any signs of forced entry. There was not much they could do. They suggested I change my locks, which I did that very day. But changing the locks did not stop the feeling. It did not stop the knowledge that someone had been in my home, had seen me at my most vulnerable. And it certainly did not stop the terrifying thought that she was still out there, watching. I started checking my apartment more thoroughly, not just for signs of entry, but for anything out of place. I pulled out my furniture, checked behind books, looked under my bed. I was convinced there was a hidden camera somewhere. How else could she have gotten that photo? And then I found it. It was in my bedroom, of course, tucked away in a small gap between the back of my bookshelf and the wall. It was tiny, no bigger than my thumb, with a pinhole lens. It was expertly hidden, camouflaged against the dark wood. I nearly missed it, but a tiny, almost invisible wire led from it, snaking down behind the shelf and disappearing into the wall. My blood ran cold. This was not just some random stalker. This was someone who had spent time in my apartment, meticulously setting up surveillance. And the wire disappearing into the wall. That meant it was not just a battery-operated device. It was hardwired. It had been there for a while. I ripped it out, my hands trembling with a mixture of rage and terror. It was a professional-grade spy camera. Not something you would pick up at Best Buy. This was serious. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The photo on Chloe's wallpaper was not just a one-off. It was evidence of a long-term invasion. She had not just found it online. She had taken it. Or someone working with her had. I sat on my bed, staring at the tiny camera in my hand, my mind reeling. How long had it been there? Weeks? Months? Had she been watching me for that long? Watching me sleep? Watching me get ready for work? Watching me just existing in my own home? The thought made me feel utterly sick. My home, my sanctuary, had been a stage for someone else's sick obsession. I immediately called the police again. This time, I had physical evidence. They took it much more seriously. Detectives came to my apartment, dusted for prints, took statements. They confirmed the camera was sophisticated, definitely not amateur. They also found traces of adhesive where the camera had been, suggesting it had been there for a significant period. They told me they would investigate, but they also warned me that these kind of cases could be incredibly difficult to solve. Without any direct contact from the stalker or clear identifying information, it was a long shot. They advised me to stay with a friend or a family member for a while, just in case. I could not stay in that apartment. Not anymore. Every corner felt tainted. Every shadow seemed to hold a memory of unseen eyes. I packed a bag and went to my sister's place, about an hour away. But even there, the paranoia did not leave me. I kept seeing Chloe's face in my mind, that casual, smiling face, and the chilling words, "I thought you looked cute sleeping." It was pure psychological torture. The police did their best. They traced the camera's model, but it was a generic, mass-produced spy cam, hard to track. They tried to find Chloe through the dating app, but her profile was gone, wiped clean. Her IP address was masked, making it impossible to trace. It was like she had vanished into thin air. I spent the next few weeks at my sister's, trying to rebuild some semblance of normalcy, but it was impossible. Every time my phone rang with an unknown number, my heart leaped into my throat. Every time I heard a noise outside, I froze. Then, about a month after I found the camera, something even more unsettling happened. I was at my sister's, scrolling through social media, trying to distract myself. I saw a post from an old college friend, a photo of her and her husband at a local park. Nothing unusual, but in the background, walking away from the camera, was a woman, dark hair, similar build to Chloe. And she was wearing a distinctive scarf that Chloe had mentioned in our online chats. One she said was her favorite. It was just a glimpse, a fleeting moment in the background of a random photo. But my gut screamed. It was her. I showed it to my sister, and she agreed it was a strong resemblance. I sent the photo to the detectives. They said they would look into it, but again, without a clear face, it was just another lead. A few days later, I got a text message from an unknown number. It just said it is not over. I still see you. My blood ran cold. This time there was no doubt. She knew where I was. She was still watching. I showed the text to the police, and they were able to trace the number, but it was a burner phone, used once and then discarded. That was the last direct communication I ever received. But the feeling of being watched never truly went away. I eventually moved, not just out of my old apartment, but to a different city entirely. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, and tried to become as anonymous as possible. It has been years now. I have built a new life, made new friends, found a new job, but the experience fundamentally changed me. I am always looking over my shoulder. I am hyper aware of my surroundings. I check my locks compulsively. I have a security system that would make most banks blush. And I have not been on a dating app since. The thought of putting myself out there again, of inviting someone into my life, even digitally, fills me with an unbearable dread. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows play tricks on my eyes, I still see that photo in my mind. Me, asleep in my bed, vulnerable, oblivious. And I wonder if she ever found me again. If she is out there, somewhere, still watching, still carrying that photo of me, her silly thing, her cute sleeping picture as her phone's wallpaper. I wonder if she ever will. And that, more than anything, is the true horror that I live with every single day. The engine of my beat-up sedan screamed as I pushed it past 80, the cabin shrinking in my rearview mirror, a dark, malevolent smudge against a rising moon. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum solo of pure, unadulterated terror. Mark, Samantha, Sarah. The names tumbled through my mind, a sickening kaleidoscope of betrayal and monstrous perversion. I would fled, just like I would always done, leaving everything behind, the memory of Samantha's dead eyes and Mark's chilling confession burning a hole in my soul. But as the miles stretched out, the initial adrenaline began to ebb, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. My hands, still clenched around the steering wheel, started to tremble, and a new, even more insidious memory began to claw its way to the surface of my mind, a detail I would suppress in the immediate chaos of my escape. It was from that night, the night I would gone to Samantha's apartment, desperate for answers, desperate for a glimpse of Sarah. I would see in the photo album the picture of a younger Mark with a little girl, Samantha's evasiveness, and then things got hazy. I remembered a dull headache, a sudden wave of exhaustion that hit me like a physical blow. I would try to fight it, to stay alert, but the world had started to tilt, the edges blurring. I must have passed out or been drugged. I did not know. All I knew was awaking. I would woken up on her couch, a thin blanket thrown over me, the apartment silent and still. The first thing I noticed was the faint metallic tang in the air, like old pennies. My head throbbed, a dull ache behind my eyes, and my arm felt strange. Heavy, I would look down, and that is when I saw them. Carved into the soft skin of my inner left forearm, just above the wrist, were three distinct symbols. They were not random scratches. They were precise, deliberate. The first looked like an inverted triangle, its apex pointing towards my elbow. Below it, a perfect circle bisected by a jagged line. And beneath that, a symbol I could not place a stylized eye, maybe, or a broken star. All sharp angles and unsettling curves. They were shallow, not deep enough to bleed profusely, but the edges were red and angry, already starting to swell. My breath had hitched. I would stare at them, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. Had I done this in my sleep? It felt absurd. The precision, the unfamiliarity of the symbols, no. It was not me. Had Samantha. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I would try to rub them off, as if they were just dirt or a bad dream, but they were their undeniable, a fresh wound on my skin. Panic had started to bubble then, a cold, sharp dread that pierced through the lingering fogginess. I would pull down the sleeve of my jacket, hiding them, my heart racing. I needed to get out. I would make some excuse, stammer something about an early morning appointment, desperate to escape the apartment. The lingering smell of that metallic tang, and the unsettling realization that something profoundly wrong had happened while I was unconscious. I would left, the marks burning beneath my sleeve, a secret terror I had not dared to acknowledge fully, not until Mark's chilling confession made everything else click into place. Now, hours later, speeding down an empty highway, the memory was a fresh wound, another layer of horror added to the already unbearable truth. What were those marks? What had she done to me? Or Mark? A shiver, colder than the night air seeping to the car's vents, ran down my spine. I drove until the sun began to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in sickly shades of orange and gray. My eyes burned, my body ached, but stopping felt impossible. Every shadow seemed to hold Mark's lurking presence. Every car that passed felt like a potential pursuer. I finally pulled into a dingy motel parking lot, miles from anywhere I recognized, the kind of place where the no vacancy sign was usually a broken neon flicker. The room was exactly what I expected: stale smoke, a faint smell of disinfectant trying and failing to mask something much older, and a carpet that looked like it had seen 1,000 forgotten tragedies. I locked the door, then chained it, then pushed a rickety chair against it for good measure. My paranoia was a living thing, a coiled snake in my gut. I stumbled into the bathroom, flicked on the harsh fluorescent light, and stared at my reflection. My face was pale, streaked with dirt and dried tears, my eyes wide and bloodshot. Slowly, cautiously, I pushed up the sleeve of my jacket. The marks were still there, angry and red, the edges still slightly swollen. They had not faded. In fact, they seemed sharper, more defined. The inverted triangle, the bisected circle, the broken star. They pulsed faintly, or maybe it was just my imagination, my racing heartbeat sending vibrations through my body. I touched them gently. A faint tingle, like static electricity, spread through my arm. It was not painful, not exactly, but it was deeply unsettling. What did they mean? Were they some kind of sigil? A brand? Had they done something to me, connected me to whatever monstrous thing Samantha had become? I felt a hysterical laugh bubble up in my throat, quickly stifled. This was too much. Sarah was gone, then brought back as a puppet, and now I was branded like cattle. I spent the next few days in a haze of fear and exhaustion. I hardly slept, jumping at every creak of the motel, every distant siren. I ordered takeout, too afraid to leave the room. I kept my arm covered, but every now and then, I would pull back my sleeve and stare at the marks. They were not healing. The redness never faded, and sometimes in the dim light of the room, they seemed to glow with a faint, internal luminescence, a soft, almost imperceptible pulse. My phone, a burner I would bought with cash, vibrated on the nightstand. I stared at it, my breath catching in my throat. Unknown number. I let it ring, my hand shaking. It stopped. A moment later, a text message came through. Did you like my gift? My blood ran cold. Mark. He knew where I was. How? I had not used my real phone, had not contacted anyone. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation, but there was none. He was just there, always there. Another text. She misses you. She is waiting. I wanted to scream. I wanted to smash the phone against the wall. Instead, I just curled into a ball on the bed, clutching my marked arm, tears streaming down my face. He was not going to let me go. He never would. The marks on my arm began to itch, a deep, persistent itch that no amount of scratching could alleviate. It felt like something was crawling under my skin, right beneath the symbols. One night, I could not take it anymore. I dug my nails into the flesh around the triangle, desperate for relief, and when I pulled them away, a tiny fleck of skin, dark and almost scale-like, came with them. My heart hammered. This was not normal. This was not just a scar. I needed answers. I could not run forever. Not when he could find me anywhere. Not when I carried his mark. I needed to understand what he had done to Sarah, to Samantha, and what he had done to me. I started with what little I knew. Mark was obsessed with Sarah. He would stalk us for years. He would confess to bringing Sarah back, calling her his creation. This was not just a deranged man. This was something else. Something occult. I bought a cheap laptop and found a coffee shop with free Wi-Fi, miles from the motel. Wearing a hat and sunglasses, trying to blend in, I started researching. Occult symbols, rituals of reanimation, body modification, anything that might shed light on what Mark was capable of. The inverted triangle, I learned, could represent many things of divine feminine water stability, but also, in some dark traditions, a descending spirit, a funnel for power. The bisected circle was harder to pin down, but some ancient texts linked it to broken seals, fractured realities, or a forced connection between two disparate entities. And the broken star or stylized eye, that was the most disturbing. It appeared in some forgotten grimoires as a watcher's mark, a symbol of ownership, a binding sigil, or even a conduit for a distant consciousness. My blood ran cold. A conduit, a binding sigil. Was I connected to Samantha? To Sarah? Was Mark using these marks to track me? Or worse, to control me? To make me part of his twisted game? The thought was horrifying. I looked down at my arm, hidden beneath my sleeve, and felt a profound sense of violation. He had not just found me, he had claimed me. I kept digging, delving deeper into the darkest corners of the internet. I found forums discussing fringe beliefs, old academic papers on necromancy, and even some terrifying accounts of real-life cults. Most of it was garbage, but then I stumbled upon something that made my stomach clench. An obscure blog, written by someone who called themselves a Veiled Walker, detailed a specific ritual, an ancient, forbidden practice for binding a soul to a vessel. It spoke of a locket of memory, a personal item of the deceased, and specific sigils carved into the conduit. The person intended to be linked to the new vessel. Sarah's locket. Samantha holding Sarah's locket. The marks on my arm. It was not just a coincidence. Mark had used Sarah's locket, and he had used me. I was the conduit. I was somehow linked to Samantha, to the reanimated husk of my dead girlfriend. The implications were staggering and utterly terrifying. If I was the conduit, what did that mean for me? Was I a battery? A receiver? Was Samantha drawing something from me? Was I slowly becoming a part of her? The itching on my arm intensified, a burning sensation that spread from the marks, up my arm and into my chest. I felt a strange sense of dizziness, a fleeting disorientation, as if the world was momentarily out of sync. I closed my eyes, tried to steady myself, and when I opened them, the coffee shop seemed different. The colors were slightly off, the sounds muffled, as if I was watching the world through a thick pane of glass. I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that this was a symptom of the binding. I was experiencing what Samantha was experiencing. I was feeling her. I fled the coffee shop, the laptop forgotten, the paranoia now a crushing weight. I could not go back to the motel. He knew where I was. He was using me. I had to disappear again, but this time it felt futile. How do you disappear from a connection carved into your very flesh? I drove aimlessly for hours, the world still feeling slightly distorted. The burning in my arm a constant, agonizing reminder. My phone buzzed again. This time, it was not a text. It was a video call from an unknown number. My finger hovered over the answer button, my heart pounding. I knew it was Mark. I knew what I would see. But a morbid curiosity, a desperate need for answers, for understanding, compelled me. I answered. The screen flickered to life. It was a dimly lit room, familiar in a sickening way. It was the cabin. My cabin. And there, sitting in my old armchair, was Mark. He looked calm, almost serene, a chilling smile playing on his lips. "Hello, my love," he said, his voice a low, distorted rumble, just like that night outside my window. "Did you enjoy your little trip?" I could not speak. My throat was tight, my breath shallow. Then the camera shifted slightly, and there she was, Samantha. She stood behind Mark, her green eyes fixed on me through the screen. Empty, lifeless. But now, I saw something else. Something I had not noticed before. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor in her hands. A slight leaning of her head, as if she was listening to something I could not hear. "She misses you," Mark purred, his smile widening. "She feels you, you know. The marks are working perfectly. A beautiful connection. Would not you agree?" My gaze snapped back to Samantha. Her lips parted, and a sound emerged, a low, guttural moan that was half human, half something else. It was a sound of immense pain, of trapped agony. It was not Sarah's voice, not exactly, but it held the echo of her suffering. "What have you done to her?" I finally managed to croak, my voice raw. Mark chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. "I brought her back. For you. A gift. And you, my dear, are the key to keeping her here. The anchor. The conduit. Without you, she unravels." He paused, letting his words sink in. "You see, true resurrection is messy. The soul does not always want to return to a broken vessel. It needs persuasion. A bridge. And you, my darling, are that bridge." My mind reeled. He was not just reanimating a body, he was forcing Sarah's soul, or some fragment of it, back into her corpse, using me as a link, the binder. The horror of it was beyond anything I could have imagined. Sarah was not just a puppet, she was a prisoner, bound by Mark's twisted magic, and by my very existence. "Let her go," I whispered, tears blurring my vision. "Please, Mark, let her rest." His smile vanished, replaced by a cold, hard stare. "Never. She is mine now. And you are part of the family. You will learn to accept it. You will learn to love my creation. Because if you do not well, the conduit can be reversed. And if the conduit breaks, the vessel shatters." He gestured to Samantha. Her eyes, those empty green eyes, seemed to plead with me, a flicker of something desperate in their depths. And then her body convulsed, a violent spasm that sent a jolt of pain to my own marked arm. A low shriek, full of agony, tore from her throat, and I felt a phantom echo in my own chest. "See," Mark said, his voice regaining its sickening cheerfulness. "She feels your hesitation, your fear. It hurts her. You would not want to hurt her, would you? Not your beautiful Sarah." He was manipulating me. He was using Sarah's suffering, channeled to the marks on my arm, to control me. I was trapped. If I ran, if I tried to break free, I would be destroying Sarah all over again. The video call ended abruptly. I was left alone in my car, the phone clutched in my hand, the burning on my arm now a searing agony. The world around me felt even more distorted, the colors muted, the sounds distant. I felt a profound weariness settle over me, a bone-deep exhaustion that went beyond physical fatigue. I knew what I had to do. I could not run. Not anymore. Not when Sarah's tortured existence depended on me. I had to go back. I had to face Mark. I had to find a way to break his ritual, to free Sarah, even if it meant destroying myself in the process. I turned the car around, heading back the way I came, toward the cabin, towards a monstrous creation, toward the man who had stolen everything from me. My arm throbbed with every mile, the marks pulsing with malevolent light, a terrifying beacon guiding me back to the heart of the horror. I was no longer just running from Mark, I was running towards him, dragged by an invisible chain, a living tether to the dead. The nightmare was not over. It had only just begun. And I was its unwilling participant, branded and bound, destined to dance to Mark's twisted tune until either Sarah was truly free, or I was utterly, irrevocably broken. All right, so I would have been dipping my toes into online dating, just casual stuff. Most of it was pretty forgettable, a lot of swiping, a lot of awkward small talk that went nowhere. But then there was Sarah. Man, Sarah. She had this smile, a really pretty, genuine smile that just seemed to light up her whole face. And she was witty, intelligent. We just clicked over drinks on our first date. It felt easy, comfortable, like we would known each other for ages, not just an hour or two. I left that date feeling pretty good, actually looking forward to seeing her again. We set up a second date for the following Friday. We agreed on this new Italian place downtown, a bit fancier than our first casual meetup, but still pretty relaxed. I was genuinely excited. I even picked out a decent shirt, something I rarely do for a second date. I mean, I was starting to think this could actually go somewhere. Friday rolled around, and I was just about to leave my apartment when my phone buzzed. It was a text from Sarah. My heart did that little flutter thing. I opened it, expecting a "can't wait to see you" or something similar. Instead, it read, "Hey, so listen, I have been thinking, that Italian place, a bit loud, a bit generic, do not you think? I had a much better idea. My family has a super cozy cabin up north, surrounded by woods. It is totally private, and I was thinking I could cook us a really special dinner there. We could grab some groceries on the way, make an adventure. What do you say? Spontaneous, right?" My first reaction was, "Whoa, hold on a second. A cabin, up north, for a second date." It felt fast, a little intense. But then I reread the message. Super cozy, totally private adventure. And she wanted to cook for me. It sounded romantic, in a way. A bit unconventional, sure, but Sarah had struck me as an unconventional girl. Plus, I would always been a sucker for spontaneity. My logical brain was telling me it was a bit weird, but my romantic, or maybe just naive, brain was telling me it was an exciting opportunity. I hesitated for a minute, typing out a reply, deleting it, typing again. Finally, I just went with the cabin. "Wow, that is definitely an adventure. Are you sure it is not too much trouble? I do not want to put you out." Her response was immediate, no trouble at all. "I insist. It will be so much better. Trust me. I will pick you up in 20. Just throw a few things in a bag if you want to stay late. Maybe even spend the night. It has got a great fireplace. Spend the night." Okay, now that was definitely a leap. But again, the romantic in me thought, hey, maybe this is a good sign. She really likes me. The more cautious part of me, the part that had watched too many true crime documentaries, whispered, this is exactly how horror movies start. Dude. But I pushed that thought away. This was Sarah. Pretty witty Sarah. She would not do anything creepy. Right? I quickly packed a small overnight bag, just a change of clothes, a toothbrush. Figure I could always just say I had an early morning and needed to head back. Gave myself an out just in case. 20 minutes later, Sarah pulled up in her car, a slightly older, dark sedan that I had not really noticed on our first date. She was beaming, her eyes sparkling. Ready for an adventure? She asked, leaning over to open the passenger door for me. As I will ever be, I replied, forcing a confident grin. We drove to a grocery store first. Sarah was still all smiles, chattering away about her week, asking about mine. She seemed genuinely happy. We walked through the aisles, and I noticed she was picking up some interesting things. Lots of root vegetables, some really specific, strong-smelling spices I did not recognize, and a whole chicken. I mean, a whole chicken for 2 people. It seemed like a lot, and she spent a surprisingly long time in the knife section, just looking, before settling on a new, rather large chef's knife. Mine at the cabin is a bit dull, she explained, noticing my glance. Can't have a bad knife for a gourmet meal, right? I just shrugged, thinking it was a bit much, but hey, she was the one cooking. After the grocery store, we started heading north. At first, it was pretty normal highway driving. We were listening to some indie rock, singing along off key, laughing. The conversation flowed easily, just like on our first date. I started to relax, thinking I would have been overly paranoid. This was just a fun, spontaneous date. But then we took an exit, and the road started to get narrower. Less traffic. The houses thinned out, replaced by trees. Lots and lots of trees. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the road. So, how much further is this cabin? I asked, trying to sound casual, but a knot was starting to form in my stomach. Sarah glanced at me, her smile still in place, but it felt a little fixed this time. Oh, not much longer. Just a little ways off the beaten path. That is what makes it so special, you know? Total escape. We drove for another 20 minutes, maybe more. The road turned from asphalt to gravel, and the trees pressing closer, forming a tunnel of dark branches. My phone, which had been buzzing sporadically with notifications, went completely silent. I checked it. No service. Hey, my phone just lost signal, I said a little too loudly. Sarah just chuckled. Yeah, that happens out here. It is part of the charm. No distractions, just us, part of the charm. Right? My heart was starting to beat a little faster. It was truly dark now, the only light coming from her headlights, cutting through the dense forest. The silence in the car became heavy, broken only by the crunch of gravel under the tires and the occasional hoot of an owl. I tried to make conversation, but my words fell hollow, like they were swallowed by the darkness outside. Sarah was still smiling, but she was not talking as much. She just seemed to be focused on the road, her profile illuminated by the dashboard lights, her eyes seeming a little too bright in the dimness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she slowed down and turned onto an even smaller, almost invisible dirt track. The branches scraped against the sides of the car. Up ahead, a faint light glimmered through the trees. There it is, Sarah exclaimed, her voice a little too cheerful for the oppressive atmosphere. The cabin was rustic. That is putting it mildly. It was a single-story structure made of rough-hewn logs nestled deep within the woods. It looked old, weathered, and completely isolated. There were no other lights anywhere, no other signs of human habitation. A single dim porch light cast a weak yellowish glow on the front door, revealing peeling paint and a general air of neglect. It was not cozy like she described, it was more like abandoned. We parked, and the silence that descended once the engine was off was deafening. The air was cold, damp, and smelled of pine needles and something else, something earthy and a little musty. Well, here we are, Sarah said, hopping out of the car with a surprising amount of energy. She grabbed the grocery bags from the back seat. Come on, Let us get these inside. I followed, my senses on high alert. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch made me jump. I glanced back at the car, wondering if I should just make a run for it. But where would I run? Into the pitch black woods, with no phone signal. No, I had to play it cool, figure out what was going on. Inside, the cabin was even dimmer. There was no electricity, just a few battery-powered lanterns scattered around, and a small generator humming faintly somewhere outside. The main room was a living area with a stone fireplace, a worn-out couch, and a dusty rug. The air was heavy, stale. It felt like no one had really lived here for a long time. Sarah, however, seemed completely at home. She immediately went into the small kitchen area, which was separated from the living room by a counter. She started unpacking the groceries, humming a little tune. "So, this is your family's cabin, huh?" I asked, trying to sound conversational, my voice echoing a little in the quiet space. "Yep, been in the family for ages," she said, not looking up. Great place to get away from it all. I wandered around the living room, trying to appear casual. There were some old, faded photos on a mantelpiece, generic landscapes, a few blurry shots of people I did not recognize. Nothing personal, nothing that screamed Sarah's family. I noticed a door off to the side, slightly ajar. I peered in. It was a bedroom, sparse, with a single bed and a small dresser. The window was covered by thick, dark curtains, almost completely blocking out any light. Bathrooms through there. Sarah called out, apparently having noticed me. "And that is the main bedroom. I will get dinner started. You can get the fire going if you want. There's wood outside by the porch." I nodded, grateful for something to do. Anything to keep my mind off the growing sense of unease. I went outside, my eyes scanning the darkness. The generator was indeed humming somewhere, a low, mechanical growl. I found a pile of chopped wood and brought it inside, my hands shaking slightly. Getting the fire started gave me a temporary distraction. The crackling flames brought a little warmth and light to the room, but they also cast dancing shadows that seemed to twist and writhe on the walls. Sarah was still in the kitchen, chopping vegetables with a new knife. The rhythmic thud of blade against the cutting board was the only sound, and it felt unervingly precise. I watched her for a moment. Her back was to me, but I could see the intense focus in her posture. "So, what are we making?" I asked, trying to break the spell. "Oh, a special recipe," she said, turning with that same fixed smile. "My grandmother's. It is a chicken stew, very hearty. Perfect for a cold night like this." I sat on the worn couch, trying to make myself comfortable. The air was getting warmer from the fire, but I still felt a chill deep in my bones. I tried my phone again, just in case. Still no service. I felt a pang of genuine fear this time. I was truly cut off. Dinner was edible. The stew was thick and heavily spiced, almost to the point of overpowering the taste of the chicken. Sarah ate with gusto, but I found myself picking at my food, my appetite gone. She kept talking, but her conversation had shifted. She was not asking about my life. Anymore, she was mostly talking about herself, or rather, about the cabin. "This place, it has a history. You know," she said, her eyes gleaming in the firelight. "People come here, they get lost in the woods, lost in themselves. Sometimes they never want to leave." She paused, taking a long sip of her water. "It is so peaceful. No one to bother you. Just the trees and the silence." Her words sent a shiver down my spine. "Lost in themselves. What do you mean?" She just smiled, a slow, knowing smile that did not reach her eyes. "Oh, you know, the quiet gets the people. They start to unravel, and then they find a new peace." I tried to change the subject, to lighten the mood. "So, do you come up here often?" "Not as often as I would like," she replied, her gaze lingering on me. "It is hard to find the right company. Most people do not appreciate true isolation." The conversation continued like that, Sarah's word becoming increasingly unsettling. She asked me about my fears, my deepest desires, things that felt far too personal for a second date, especially one in a remote cabin. I tried to deflect, to give vague answers, but she was persistent, her questions probing, almost clinical. I felt like I was being interviewed, evaluated. As the night wore on, I started feeling drowsy. The warmth from the fire, the heavy meal, the odd conversation, I tried to fight it, but my eyelids felt heavy. I looked at Sarah. She was still wide awake, watching me with intensity that made my skin crawl. "You look tired," she said, her voice soft, almost a purr. "Why do not you rest for a bit? I can clean up." "Yeah, maybe I will." I mumbled, my head starting to feel foggy. It has been a long day. I stood up, feeling a bit unsteady. "I think I will just head to bed." I nodded towards the main bedroom I would seen earlier. Sarah's smile faltered for a second, just a flicker, then it was back. "Oh, that room's a bit dusty. I thought you could take the other one. It is cozier." She gestured towards a different door, one I had not noticed before, tucked away in a darker corner of the living room. "Oh, okay," I said, too tired to argue. I walked toward the door, opened it, and peered inside. It was a much smaller room, barely big enough for a single bed. The air in there felt even colder, heavier. There was a small, dusty window, but it was covered by a thick wooden shutter latched tightly from the inside. No way to open it. As I stepped inside, I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my head. Everything went black. My mouth dry, my body aching. I was still in the small room, but something was different. The door was closed. I pushed against it. It did not budge. My heart immediately started hammering against my ribs. I tried again, harder, rattling the doorknob. Locked. Panic, cold and sharp, flooded through me. I rushed to the window, fumbling with the latch on the wooden shutter. It was rusted, stiff. I finally managed to pry it open, revealing not a window, but a solid wooden panel on the outside, nailed shut. No escape. "Sarah," I yelled, my voice hoarse. "Sarah, let me out." Silence. Only the distant hum of the generator. I frantically searched the tiny room. There was nothing. Just a bed, a small nightstand, and a single, flickering battery lantern on it. I picked up the lantern, its weak light barely illuminating the corners of the room. My eyes fell on something on the nightstand, tucked beneath the lantern. It was a small, leather-bound journal. My hands trembled as I picked it up. The cover was worn, the pages yellowed. I opened it to a random page. The handwriting was neat, but shaky. October 17th. He brought me here. Said it was for a romantic getaway. I should have known. Always trusting too easily. My blood ran cold. I flipped to another page. November 3rd. He says I am special. He says he loves me, but he won't let me leave. My phone is gone. No signal anyway. Another page. November 20th. The food is getting strange. I think he puts things in it. I feel weak, confused. I hear noises at night. He watches me sleep. My stomach churned. This was not a journal from Sarah's family. This was someone else's nightmare. Someone who had been trapped here. I dropped the journal, my mind racing. What had she put in my food? The drowsiness, the headache, the confusion, it all made sense now. Sarah, she was not just a quirky date. She was something else. Something terrifying. I had to get out. I pounded on the door again, yelling, screaming until my throat was raw. "Let me out. I know what you are doing. Let me out of here." Suddenly, the generator outside sputtered, coughed, and died. Complete darkness. The only light was a weak, flickering lantern in my hand. The silence was absolute, suffocating. Then, I heard it, a soft, scraping sound from the other side of the door, like something being dragged, and then a whisper right outside my door. "You're awake. Good. I was hoping you would read the journal. It helps them understand." Sarah's voice. It was no longer soft or sweet. It was flat, devoid of emotion, like a recording. "Now, you know, you are special, too. You are the one." My breath hitched in my throat. I backed away from the door, pressing myself against the far wall. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "I want you to stay," she said, her voice still a whisper, but it seemed to fill the small room, coming from everywhere and nowhere. "Forever. We will be so happy here. Just us. No distractions." I heard a click, then the distinct sound of a bolt sliding open. My eyes darted to the door. The handle slowly, agonizingly, began to turn. My heart was in my throat. I grabbed the small, heavy lantern, my only potential weapon. As the door creaked open, a sliver of darkness, even dark in the room, appeared. I could just make out a silhouette standing in the doorway. It was Sarah. She was holding something in her hand. Something long and glinting. The new chef's knife. "Do not." I choked out, my voice trembling. She stepped into the room, her movements slow, deliberate. Her face was obscured by the darkness, but I could feel her eyes on me. "It is okay," she said, her voice still that chilling monotone. "It won't hurt for long. And then you will be at peace." Adrenaline surged through me. I did not think I just reacted. As she took another step, I lunged, swinging the lantern with all my might. It connected with a sickening thud against her head. She stumbled back, letting out a gasp, and the knife clattered to the floor. This was my chance. I shoved past her, not daring to look back, and burst out of the small room into the main living area. It was pitch black, the fire having died down to embers. I tripped over something, probably the couch, and scrambled to my feet. "You should not have done that." Sarah's voice came from behind me, closer than I expected. Her voice was no longer flat. It was laced with a chilling fury. I could hear her footsteps, quick and light, behind me. I fumbled in the dark, trying to find the front door. My hand brushed against the cold metal of the doorknob. I twisted it, pulled. It was locked. Panic seized me again. Where were the keys? Had she taken them? I remembered her casually taking my car keys earlier, to be safe. I heard her coming closer. I could feel her presence, the air growing colder around me. I had to find another way out. The window in the main bedroom. I remembered it was covered by thick curtains. Maybe it was not nailed shut like the one in my room. I stumbled toward the bedroom, hands outstretched, bumping into furniture. The scraping sound of the knife being dragged on the floor was now audible behind me. She had picked it up. I burst into the bedroom, ripping open the curtains. Moonlight, weak but present, streamed through the window. It was a normal window, no bars, no wooden panels. Thank God. I fumbled with the latch, my fingers numb with terror. It was stiff, but it opened. I pushed the window up, and a blast of cold, fresh air hit my face. Freedom, going somewhere. Sarah's voice right behind me. I turned. She was standing in the doorway, illuminated by the faint moonlight. Her hair was disheveled, and there was a dark, spreading stain on the side of her temple where I would hit her. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, and utterly devoid of the warmth they would held just hours before. She looked like a predator. The chef's knife was held loosely in her hand, its blade glinting. I did not waste another second. I scrambled to the window, not caring about the sharp edges of the frame or the small drop to the ground outside. I landed awkwardly, twisting my ankle, but the pain was a distant thing compared to the terror that propelled me. I pushed myself up and started running. Into the woods. No path, no light, just a dense, suffocating darkness. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes, but I did not stop. I could hear her behind me, crashing through the undergrowth, calling my name. Come back. It is not safe out there. Come back to me. Her voice was a chilling lullaby of madness. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the image of her face, twisted and monstrous, spurred me on. I ran blindly, stumbling over roots, falling, getting back up. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from her, away from that cabin. Suddenly, I burst through a thicket of bushes and found myself on a narrow, unpaved road. Not the gravel road we were coming on, but a smaller, even more remote one. I could hear Sarah still crashing through the woods behind me, closer now. I looked frantically up and down the road. Nothing, just the endless, dark trees. My heart sank. I was still lost. Then, in the far distance, a faint glimmer of light. Headlights. A car. I did not think. I just started screaming, waving my arms like a madman, running toward the light with every ounce of strength I had left. Help. Please, help me. The car, an old pickup truck, slowed down, then stopped. A man, burly and with a long beard, peered out the window, his face etched with concern. What in tarnation? Please, you have to help me. She is trying to kill me. She is in the woods. I gasped, pointing back toward the darkness from which I had emerged. The man looked from me, wild-eyed and bleeding, to the impenetrable woods. He did not hesitate. He opened his passenger door. Get in, son. Quick. I practically dove into the truck, collapsing onto the seat, as the man floored the accelerator, sending gravel spraying. I risked a glance back. In the faint glow of the truck's taillights, I saw a figure emerge from the tree lean. Sarah. She was standing there, silhouetted against the dark woods, the chef's knife still in her hand, watching us speed away. Her head was tilted slightly, and even from that distance, I could feel the cold, unblinking intensity of her gaze. The man, who introduced himself as Frank, drove me to the nearest town, a tiny speck on the map called Oakhaven. We found the local sheriff's office, which was really just a small room attached to the town hall. I told my story, rambling, incoherent, my words tumbling out in a torrent of fear and adrenaline. Frank corroborated my appearance, my terror. The sheriff, a tired-looking man named Miller, listened patiently, taking notes. He seemed skeptical, but he could not deny the cuts and bruises, the twisted ankle, the sheer terror etched on my face. He called for backup from the county, and a couple of deputies arrived. We drove back to the cabin, following the directions I vaguely remembered. It took us a while to find it, even with the sheriff's local knowledge. The sun was just starting to rise, painting. All right, so this story, it is about a friend of a friend, actually. Or at least, that is how I heard it. But the details, man, they stick with you. This is not one of those tales about ghosts or ancient curses. This is the kind of horror that really gets under your skin because it is about something entirely human. Something that could happen to any of us, especially now, with how much of our lives are online. Her name was Sarah. She was in her late 20s, lived in a pretty standard apartment in a mid-sized city, worked a decent office job. Nothing extraordinary, just a regular person trying to navigate life. And like a lot of people her age, she was on Tinder. Not for anything serious, necessarily. More for a distraction, maybe a casual date, or just to see what was out there. You know the drill. Endless swiping, the occasional awkward chat, sometimes a decent conversation that fizzled out. It was mostly background noise to her life. One Tuesday evening, after a particularly draining day at work, she was sprawled on her couch, mindlessly swiping. Most profiles blurred into one another, gym selfies, travel photos, bios that all sounded vaguely similar. Then she saw him, Mark. His profile picture was a clear, smiling shot. He was not drop-dead gorgeous, but he had a kind face, a friendly smile, and his eyes seemed genuinely warm. His bio was short, witty, and did not scream red flag. It mentioned he was into hiking, reading, and trying new coffee shops. Seemed normal enough. She swiped right. To her surprise, it was an instant match. A little flutter of something, you know, the kind you get when you actually connect with someone who seems promising. He messaged her almost immediately. "Hey Sarah, great to match with you. Love your smile." Simple, direct, not overly aggressive. Sarah appreciated that. They started chatting, and that is where things slowly, subtly started to veer off course. He was charming, genuinely funny. He asked thoughtful questions and actually listened to her answers, not just waiting for his turn to talk. They talked about their jobs, their favorite books, the best places to grab a burger in the city. Sarah found herself laughing out loud at his texts, something that rarely happened with Tinder conversations. She started to feel a genuine connection, a spark that had been missing from her dating life for a while. Then, about 2 days into their constant back and forth, he dropped something into the conversation that made her pause. They were talking about running. Sarah had mentioned she was trying to get back into it. Mark said, "Oh, you run. Do you ever hit up that big park near the old library? I see a lot of runners there." Sarah's stomach did a little flip. The park he mentioned was near her apartment. Not right outside, but definitely in her general neighborhood. It was not the biggest park in the city, but it was not tiny either. She typed back, trying to sound nonchalant. "Yeah, sometimes. How'd you know I live around there?" He replied quickly, "Just a guess. You mentioned your commute was pretty short, and that park is a popular spot for people living in the downtown area. Figured it was a safe bet. It made sense. Logically, it made sense. But something about it, it just felt a little too specific. A little too close for comfort." She shook it off. Paranoia, she told herself. He is just observant. Besides, he was so engaging, so easy to talk to. She did not want to ruin it with baseless suspicion. They kept talking. The conversation flowed effortlessly. They talked about meeting up for coffee, maybe next week. Sarah was actually looking forward to it. She had not been this excited about a first date in a long time. Then came Thursday evening. She was getting ready for bed, brushing her teeth, still texting Mark. He was telling her about a new coffee shop he had discovered, raving about their cold brew. Sarah typed, "Sounds amazing. I am always on the hunt for a good coffee spot." And then his reply came through. "Yeah, I figured you would be. It is just a few blocks from your apartment, too. Right around the corner from that little bakery on Elm Street. You know, the one with the bright red awning. I bet you walk past it every day." Sarah froze, toothbrush still in her mouth. The bakery on Elm Street. The one with the bright red awning. It was directly across the street from her apartment building. Not just her general neighborhood. Not just her street. Across the street. Her heart started hammering against her ribs. She pulled the toothbrush out of her mouth, staring at the screen. Her fingers trembled as she typed. How do you know where I live?" The reply came almost instantly, as if he had been waiting for her to ask. "Oh, Sarah, it is not hard to find you. Not when you know where to look." Besides, he added, a second message popping up. "I have seen you around." That is when the blood ran cold. The kind of cold that starts in your chest and spreads outwards, making your skin prickle and your muscles tense. He had not just guessed her neighborhood. He knew her exact location, and he had seen her around. Meaning he had not just found her address online. He had been watching her. Sarah did not reply. She did not even think. Her thumb moved on its own, unmatching him, then blocking him. She threw her phone onto her bed as if it were a venomous snake. Her breath hitched in her throat. Her apartment, which had always felt like a safe haven, suddenly felt exposed, vulnerable. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak of the building seemed to amplify. She spent the rest of the night staring at her ceiling, listening for what she did not know. Footsteps, a knock, a voice calling her name from outside her window. The idea of Mark, this charming, witty man, being a predator who had somehow found her and was watching her, was utterly terrifying. The next day, the paranoia was a physical weight. Every car that drove slowly down her street made her jump. Every person who walked past her building seemed to linger for a second too long. She kept her blinds drawn tight, even in the middle of the day. She felt a constant, prickling sensation on the back of her neck, the undeniable feeling of being watched. She told her friend, Chloe, about it over the phone. Chloe, bless her, tried to be reassuring. Sarah, are you sure he was not just messing with you? Maybe he looked up your LinkedIn and saw your work address and guessed from there. No, Chloe, Sarah insisted, her voice tight with fear. He mentioned the bakery, the red awning. He said he would see me around. He knew my apartment building. Chloe was quiet for a moment. Okay, that is definitely creepy. Did you report to Tinder? I just unmatched and blocked him. What would I even report? That he knew my address. They would probably say I gave it to him somehow, or that it is public information. It is not public information, though, is it? Chloe asked. No. Sarah said, a shiver running through her. My specific apartment is not. My name is not plastered on the building. Chloe advised her to be careful, to change her routine, and to call the police if anything else happened. But anything else felt too vague. What would be enough? A direct threat. By then, it might be too late. Over the next few days, the feeling of being watched intensified. It was not just a general unease anymore. It was specific. She would be making coffee in her kitchen, and her gaze would drift to the window, feeling an invisible presence just beyond the glass. She would be walking home from work, and she would catch a flicker of movement in her peripheral vision, someone turning a corner a little too quickly, a car that seemed to slow down as she passed. One evening, she was making dinner, and she swore she heard a faint scratching sound at her window. Her apartment was on the 3rd floor. It could not be, but she crept to the window anyway, heart pounding, and peered through the blinds. Nothing, just the usual city sounds, the distant hum of traffic. But the sound had been so distinct, like nails on glass. She started checking her locks compulsively. Front door, back door, windows. She even bought a cheap security camera for her front door, just a small one she could connect to her phone. It gave her a tiny sliver of comfort, but it did not erase the feeling of dread. Then, a week after the Tinder incident, something concrete happened. She arrived home from work, tired and emotionally drained. As she approached her apartment door, she noticed a small package sitting on her welcome mat. It was a plain brown box, no return address, just her name scrawled on it in neat block letters. Her stomach lurched. She had not ordered anything recently. With trembling hands, she picked it up, her eyes darting around the hallway. It was light. She unlocked her door, slipped inside, and immediately locked again, fumbling with the deadbolt. She stood there for a moment, listening, then walked to her kitchen counter and placed the box down. Taking a deep breath, she tore open the tape. Inside, nestled on a bed of crinkled tissue paper, were 2 items. The first was a small, ornate silver locket. It was empty, but it looked old, antique. It was not her style at all. But then she picked up the second item. It was a photograph, a glossy, high-quality print. And it was her. Her heart seized. It was a candid shot, taken from a distance, but undeniably her. She was sitting on a park bench, reading a book. Her hair was tied back in a messy bun. She was wearing the gray hoodie she often wore on weekends. The photo was taken from behind some bushes, clearly hidden. It was not recent, maybe a month or 2 old, judging by the clothes and the leaves on the trees. It was the same park Mark had mentioned in their initial conversation. But the most terrifying detail was a date stamped subtly in the bottom right corner of the photo, October 12th. That was almost 2 months before she had matched with Mark on Tinder. He had not just seen her around. He had been watching her. For months, he had taken her picture. He had been stalking her long before he ever sent that first message. The Tinder match was not about meeting her. It was about letting her know he was there. It was about a game. Sarah dropped the photo in the locket as if they were burning her. A choked cry escaped her throat. This was not paranoia. This was real. This was a man who had meticulously observed her, tracked her, and now he was escalating. She called the police. This time, she had proof. A package, a photo, a date. The officer who took her call sounded sympathetic, but professional. He told her someone would come by to take a statement. 2 hours later, a uniformed officer arrived. He listened patiently as Sarah recounted everything, her voice trembling. He examined the photo and the locket. He took notes. "Madam, I understand this is very upsetting," he said, his voice calm. "But this photo, while concerning, does not constitute a direct threat. And the locket, it is just a locket. There is no message, no explicit threat of violence. He has been watching me for months." Sarah exclaimed, her voice rising. "He knew my address. He sent me this. How is that not a threat? We will open a file. Of course," the officer continued, unperturbed. "We will patrol your street more frequently. But without more evidence, without a direct threat or a physical assault, our hands are tied. We can't just arrest someone for knowing your address and sending you a photo." Sarah felt a wave of despair wash over her. They were not going to help her. She was on her own. The next few weeks were a blur of fear and sleepless nights. Sarah barely ate. She called in sick to work more often than not. She could not focus. Every shadow was Mark. Every creak of the floorboards was him trying to get in. She tried to find him. Online. She typed Mark and Elm Street Bakery into search engines, along with every variation of his description she could remember. Nothing. It was like he did not exist, or he had scrubbed his online presence clean, or the name Mark was just another lie. She started carrying pepper spray. She bought a door wedge and a window alarm. She barricaded her bedroom door with a heavy dresser every night. She even considered moving, but the thought of packing up everything, the financial burden, and the terrifying possibility that he would just find her again paralyzed her. What if moving just made her an easier target? What if he was waiting for her to make a mistake? One evening, after forcing herself to go to the grocery store, she was pushing her cart down an aisle when she saw him. He was standing by the produce section, examining a head of lettuce. It was him. No doubt. The same kind eyes, the same friendly face from his Tinder profile. He was wearing a dark blue hoodie, his back mostly to her. Sarah's breath hitched. She froze, gripping her cart so hard her knuckles turned white. Her first instinct was to scream, to run. But she could not move. She just stared, her heart trying to beat its way out of her chest. He turned slightly, reaching for a bag of apples, and his eyes flickered in her direction. For a split second, their gazes met. His kind face did not change. No surprise, no recognition, no sinister smirk. Just a blank, almost serene expression. Then he turned back to the apples, as if he had not seen her at all. Sarah did not wait. She abandoned her cart right there in the middle of the aisle, practically sprinted out of the store, and hailed the first taxi she saw. She did not care about the groceries. She did not care about the cost. She just needed to get home, needed to be behind her locked door, needed to be safe. But safety was an illusion. That night, she could not sleep at all. Every rustle of leaves outside sounded like footsteps. Every distant siren was a warning. Around 3 a.m., she heard it, a faint click. It came from her living room. Her blood ran cold. She had not heard a knock, had not heard a window break, just a soft, almost imperceptible click, like a lock being disengaged. She lay absolutely still in her bed, barely breathing, her eyes wide open in the darkness. The barricade on her bedroom door felt flimsy, useless. She waited, heart hammering. Silence, just the frantic beat of her own pulse in her ears. Then she heard it again, a soft, deliberate creak. It was coming from the living room. Someone was inside her apartment. Tears welled up in her eyes. This was it. This was the moment she had been dreading. She reached for her phone on her nightstand, her hand shaking so violently she almost dropped it. She fumbled with the screen, trying to dial 911, but her fingers were numb. Another sound, a soft, rhythmic squeak, like someone gently rocking in a chair. But she did not have a rocking chair. She had a small armchair in her living room, but it did not squeak. A whisper, so faint she almost thought she imagined it. It sounded like her name. Sarah. Her breath hitched. She could not scream. Her throat was constricted with terror. She tried to move, to get out of bed, to run, but her limbs felt like lead. Then she heard a distinct, wet sniff, and the sound of something being licked. It was too much. The pure, visceral horror of knowing someone was in her home, in the dark, making these chilling sounds. She finally let out a small, choked sob. Suddenly, the squeaking stopped. The licking stopped. Silence. Absolute, suffocating silence. Then, a voice. Clear, calm, and terrifyingly close. It was Mark's voice. "I know you are awake. Sarah, I just want to say good night." And then, nothing. No footsteps. No sound of a door closing. Just the silence. Sarah lay there, paralyzed, for what felt like an eternity. She did not move until the first sliver of dawn began to peek through her curtains. When the room was finally bathed in the gray light of morning, she slowly, cautiously got out of bed. Her muscles screamed in protest. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. She crept towards her bedroom door, her eyes darting around, expecting him to leap out at any moment. She pushed the dresser aside, her hands shaking. The living room was empty. The armchair was exactly where it always was. Nothing seemed out of place. Her front door was still locked, the deadbolt engaged. Her window was still closed. But on her coffee table, sitting perfectly centered, was the silver locket from the package. And inside it, carefully placed, was a photograph of her in the park. And next to it, a single, freshly picked red rose. Its petals were dewy, as if it had just been plucked. Sarah's legs gave out. She sank to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. He had not just been in her apartment. He had left her a calling card. He had been so close. She somehow found the strength to call the police again. This time, they took it more seriously. The rose, the moved locket, the fact that her door was still locked had suggested a level of access, a familiarity with her building that was deeply disturbing. They brought in forensics. They dusted for prints. They found nothing. No forced entry. No fingerprints that did not belong to Sarah. The police concluded that he must have had a key, or he was an expert lock picker. They suggested she change her locks immediately, move if she could, and consider restraining order if they ever found him. Sarah did not wait. She packed a small bag, called Chloe, and drove straight to her friend's apartment, leaving everything else behind. She could not stay there another night. She could not even look at her apartment anymore, without seeing his shadow, hearing his voice. Chloe was horrified, but also a pillar of strength. She helped Sarah find a new apartment in a different part of the city, a place with a doorman and better security. Sarah changed her phone number, deleted all her social media accounts, and even tried to change her work commute. She was a ghost, trying to disappear, but the fear never truly left her. Every time her phone rang with an unknown number, her heart would leap into her throat. Every time she saw a man in a dark blue hoodie, she would cross the street. Every time she walked past a bakery with a red awning, a cold dread would settle in her stomach. She never saw Mark again. The police never found him. He simply vanished, leaving no trace, no real name, no online footprint beyond that one terrifying Tinder profile. But Sarah knows he is out there. She knows he watched her for months, meticulously cataloging her life. She knows he picked her for reasons she will never understand. She knows he can gain access to her home, to her life, with unnerving ease. And she knows that the Tinder match was not the beginning of their story. It was just the moment he decided to let her know he was watching. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, she still hears it. That faint rhythmic squeak, and the sound of something being licked. And she knows, deep down, that the game is not over. She just has not seen the next move yet. And that, more than anything, is the true horror of it all. The endless waiting. The constant looking over her shoulder. The knowledge that somewhere out there, he is still watching. I know you are awake. Alex, I just wanted to say, the soft click of my apartment door echoed in the absolute silence of my room, louder than any gunshot. My blood ran colder than a winter night in Alaska. Every muscle in my body seized up, rigid and unresponsive. I could not breathe, could not move, could not even blink. My eyes were wide open, fixed on the sliver of light beneath my bedroom door, waiting for a shadow to fall across it. Chloe's voice, a sickeningly sweet whisper, cut through the darkness again, this time a little further away, as if she was no longer right outside my bedroom, but perhaps in my living room, that I will always be here for you. Always. Then, silence. A profound, suffocating silence that felt heavier than a lead blanket. I did not hear footsteps. I did not hear the creak of floorboards. Nothing. Just a frantic drum solo of my own heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. Had she just walked in and then left? Or was she still there, a silent specter in my own home, waiting for me to make a sound? The thought sent a jolt of pure terror through me that felt like an electric shock. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing I could disappear, willing myself to become invisible. This was not a dream. This was real. The woman who had been stalking me, the one I would blocked and reported, had just let herself into my apartment. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, my body rigid with fear, every nerve ending screaming, my breath hitched in my throat. I strained my ears, trying to pick up any sound, any hint that she was still there. Nothing. The quiet was absolute, broken only by the frantic pounding of my pulse in my ears. After what felt like hours, a sliver of rationality, thin as a razor blade, cut through the terror. If she was still here, she was being incredibly quiet. If she had left, how? Had she locked the door behind her? Slowly, painstakingly, I forced myself to sit up. The springs of my mattress creaked, a sound that in that moment felt like a clap of thunder. I froze again, listening. Still nothing. My hands, clammy and shaking, fumbled for my phone on the nightstand. The screen lit up my face, a pale, terrified mask. It was 3:17 a.m. I had been lying there, paralyzed, for over an hour. I quietly slipped out of bed, my bare feet landing silently on the cool floorboards. Every shadow seemed to twist into a menacing shape. My own clothes, draped over a chair, looked like a hunched figure watching me. I crept toward my bedroom door, my heart threatening to explode with each deliberate step. My hand reached for the doorknob, hesitating. What if she was on the other side? What if this was a trap? Taking a deep, shaky breath, I twisted the knob and pulled the door open, just a crack. The living room was bathed in the faint, ghostly glow of the streetlights filtering through the blinds. Everything looked normal. My couch, the coffee table, the bookshelf. Nothing seemed out of place. No one was there. I pushed the door open wider, stepping out into the living room, my eyes darting from one corner to another. The air felt heavy, charged with an unspoken threat. I crept toward the front door, my gaze fixed on the lock. It was unlocked, just as I would left it before going to bed. Thinking I was safe behind a locked door, she must have had a key, or picked the lock, or I did not want to think about how she got in. My hands flew to the deadbolt, throwing it shut, then flipping the chain lock into place. I even dragged a heavy armchair in front of the door, just for good measure, knowing full well it would not stop anyone determined enough. My apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a cage, and I was a terrified animal trapped inside. Sleep was impossible. I spent the rest of the night huddled on my couch, a baseball bat clutched in my trembling hands, staring at the door, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. The first rays of dawn, gray and weak, brought little comfort. The terror did not dissipate with the darkness. It just morphed into a dull, throbbing ache of paranoia. The next few days were a blur of fear and exhaustion. I called the police again, my voice hoarse from lack of sleep and constant anxiety. They listened patiently, took down my statement again, but their response was the same. Mr. Hayes, we understand your distress, but without a direct threat of violence or clear evidence of forced entry, there is not much we can do. It is a civil matter. A restraining order might be an option, but even then they basically told me I was on my own. It was a terrifying realization. The system designed to protect was failing me. I told Mark, my friend, everything. He listened, his face growing paler with each detail. Dude, that is completely messed up, he said, running a hand through his hair. You gotta get out of there. Stay at my place for a bit. The offer was tempting, a lifeline in a storm, but a part of me, a stubborn, terrified part, resisted. This was my apartment. Why should I be driven out of my own home? Plus, what if she followed me? What if moving just gave her a new target? The thought of putting Mark in danger, even indirectly, made me hesitate. Thanks, man, seriously, but I do not know. I just do not want to make it worse, or drag you into it. Alex, this is worse. She was in your apartment. Mark insisted, his voice rising. You can't just ignore this. I knew he was right. I just did not know what to do. My mind was a tangled mess of fear and confusion. I started looking at new apartments online, places far across town, trying to plan an escape, but even that felt futile. She found me once she could find me again. The subtle harassments continued, twisting the knife deeper into my already frayed nerves. I would find things slightly out of place in my apartment, a book moved a few inches on the shelf, a curtain drawn that I swore I would left open, a single flower petal on my pillow. Nothing that screamed break into an outsider, but to me, it was a chilling confirmation that she was still finding ways in, or at least still watching me closely enough to know my habits. It was psychological warfare, designed to make me doubt my own sanity. One morning, I went to make coffee, and the sugar container was empty. I knew I would filled it the day before. On the counter, next to the empty container, was a small, neatly folded note. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. In elegant, looping script, it read, "Too much sugar is not good for you. Alex, I am just looking out for your health." See, my blood ran cold. She was not just watching me, she was interacting with my life, with my things, with my food. It was an intimate, invasive violation that left me feeling utterly exposed. I threw the note into the trash, then immediately fished it out, paranoid that my fingerprints were on it, or that she might somehow know I had discarded it. I ended up burning it in my kitchen sink, watching the paper curl into ash, a futile gesture against an unseen enemy. I started barricading my bedroom door at night, piling up chairs and furniture against it. I slept with a baseball bat and a heavy wrench, within arm's reach. Every shadow, every creak, every gust of wind outside sent my heart into a frenzy. I stopped eating proper meals, surviving on instant noodles and granola bars, too terrified to cook or even leave my apartment unless absolutely necessary. My once tidy apartment became a cluttered mess, reflecting the chaos in my mind. One evening, after a particularly harrowing day where I would sworn I saw her car parked down the street from my office, I returned home, my nerves shot. As I unlocked my front door, I noticed something odd. My doormat, a simple gray rectangle, was flipped upside down. I frowned, a cold knot forming in my stomach. I lived on the third floor. No one else would have reason to touch it. I pushed the door open, my hand already reaching for the bat I kept just inside. The apartment was dark, silent. I flipped on the lights, my eyes scanning every inch of the living room. Everything seemed normal, but as I stepped further inside, a faint, sweet smell hit me. Lilacs, Chloe's favorite, the scent she always wore, the one I would once found charming. Now it was a smell of dread. My gaze fell upon my coffee table. There, in the center, sat a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was not mine. My breath hitched. I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that Chloe had left it. I approached it slowly, cautiously, as if it might explode. It was a beautiful box, the kind you might find in an antique store. My fingers trembled as I reached for it, hesitant. What was inside? A bomb. A dead animal. My greatest fears conjured up the most grotesque possibilities. I lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of dried lilac petals, was a single, perfectly crafted miniature replica of my apartment key. It was tiny, no more than an inch long, but undeniably a key. And next to it, a small, folded piece of paper. My hands shook so violently I almost dropped the box. I picked up the note. It was the same elegant script. A little gift. Alex, just a reminder that I always have a way in and out. Do not worry. I won't use it unless I really have to. But it is nice to know I can. Is not it? You left your spare under the mat, by the way. Not very secure. I moved it for you. Your devoted C. My spare key. The one I always kept under the doormat, tucked away in a small, hidden compartment. The one I thought only I knew about. She had not just gotten in. She had found my secret hiding spot, taken the key, made a replica, and then returned the original, leaving this chilling message. My legs gave out. I sank onto the floor, the wooden box clattering beside me. Tears of sheer frustration and terror welled in my eyes. This was not just stalking. This was a complete and utter invasion of my life, my privacy, my sanity. She was playing a game, and I was the terrified pawn. I called Mark again, my voice a strangled sob. She was here. Mark. She was here. She left me a key, a miniature key, and she knows where I keep my spare. She knows everything. Mark was silent for a moment. Then his voice came to the phone, firm and resolute. That is it. Alex, you are coming to my place. Tonight, no arguments. I do not care if you think you are safe. You are not. I am coming over right now to help you pack a bag. Relief, potent and overwhelming, washed over me. I was so tired of being alone, of being scared. Okay, I choked out. Okay, Mark, please, just please hurry. Within 20 minutes, Mark was at my door, looking grim. He did not question the barricade of furniture. He just helped me move it, his eyes scanning the apartment with a protective intensity. We quickly packed a duffel bag with essentials. I left the miniature key box on the coffee table, a defiant gesture against an enemy who would not be there to see it. Or so I hoped. As we were leaving, just before Mark pulled the door shut and locked it, I glanced back at my living room. On the armrest of my couch, where I had been sitting just moments before, was a small, neatly folded piece of paper. It had not been there when I left the miniature key box on the coffee table. My heart plummeted. She had been here. Again, while Mark was parking, while I was packing. Or maybe she had never left. Mark, seeing my frozen posture, looked at me, concerned. Alex, what is it? I could not speak. I just pointed, a trembling finger aimed at the couch. Mark followed my gaze, his eyes widening. He walked over, cautiously, and picked up the note. His face, already pale, drained of all color as he read it. What does it say? I whispered, my voice barely audible. He swallowed hard, his eyes meeting mine. It says, leaving so soon. Alex, I was just getting comfortable. Do not worry. I know where you are, going, and I will be waiting. Love. See. The blood drained from my face. She had not just known. She had known we were leaving, and she was going to be waiting. The realization hit me like a physical blow. There was no escape. Not to Mark's. Not anywhere. Mark, despite his own obvious fear, tried to project an air of calm. Okay, Alex, deep breaths. We are going. We are going to my place. We will figure this out there. We will call the police again. Tell them this. This is a direct threat. He pulled me out of the apartment, locking the door with a final, desperate click. We descended the stairs quickly, my mind racing, a dizzying spiral of terror. Every shadow seemed to hold her. Every sound, a whisper of her name. We drove to Mark's apartment in silence, the radio off, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. I kept checking the rearview mirror, convinced I would see her car, a dark shadow following us. Every flash of headlights sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Mark lived in a different neighborhood, a good 45 minutes away. His apartment was on the second floor of an older building, not as easy to access as mine. He had a roommate, Ben, who was out of town, so we would have the place to ourselves. The thought of not being alone was a small comfort, a flickering candle in the overwhelming darkness. We got to Mark's, and he immediately double-locked the door, drawing the blinds. Okay, Alex, you get some sleep. I will stay up, keep watch. We will figure this out in the morning. But I could not sleep. The words of the note echoed in my head. I know where you are going, and I will be waiting. I spent the night pacing, peering out to the blinds, convinced I would see her face in the darkness, her pale skin illuminated by the streetlights. Mark tried to reassure me, but his own anxious glances at the window betrayed his fear. The next morning, exhausted and feeling like a zombie, I suggested we go to a coffee shop just to get out, to feel a semblance of normalcy. Mark agreed, desperate for a change of scenery himself. We walked a few blocks to a small, independent coffee shop. It was a bustling place, full of students and young professionals, the kind of place where you could blend in. We ordered our coffees and found a small table in the corner. For a brief moment, surrounded by the murmur of conversations and a clatter of cups, I almost felt a flicker of peace. Then I saw it. Across the room, sitting alone at a small table near the window, was a woman. She had her back to us, but something about her hair, the way she held her cup, sent a cold shiver down my spine. It was Chloe. My breath hitched. My coffee cup clattered against the saucer, sloshing hot liquid over my hand. I did not feel the burn. My eyes were locked on her. She was wearing a large, wide-brimmed hat, pulled low, obscuring most of her face. But I knew it was her. I just knew. Mark followed my gaze. His eyes narrowed. No way, he breathed, his voice barely a whisper. It can't be. But it was. As if sensing our gaze, she slowly turned her head. Her hat tilted back slightly, revealing just enough of her face to confirm my worst fears. Her eyes, those unnervingly intense blue eyes, met mine across the crowded room. A slow, chilling smile spread across her lips. It was a smile that promised retribution, a smile that said, I told you I would be waiting. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate for escape. I wanted to scream, to run, to disappear into thin air. But I was frozen, trapped by her gaze. Then, She slowly reached into her purse, pulling out a small, familiar object. It was a single rose, a deep crimson red, the kind she had left on my car. She placed it on her table, then, with deliberate slowness, raised her coffee cup to her lips, never breaking eye contact. The message was clear. She was everywhere. There was no escaping her. This was not just a stalker, this was a predator, relentlessly pursuing her prey, enjoying the hunt. And I was her prey. Mark grabbed my arm, his grip tight. "Alex, we need to go. Now." He practically dragged me out of the coffee shop, leaving our untouched coffees behind. We walked quickly, then jogged, then broke into a full sprint back to his apartment, not daring to look back. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the fear was a far more potent motivator. We burst into Mark's apartment, slamming the door shut, locking and barricading again. We were panting, sweat dripping down our faces, our eyes wide with terror. She was there. Mark. I gasped, leaning against the door, trying to catch my breath. She was right there. How? How did she know? Mark shook his head, running a hand through his hair, his own face pale with fear. "I do not know, man. I just do not know. But we can't stay here. It is not safe. Nowhere is safe." The truth of his words settled over me, cold and heavy. Chloe had proven it. She had found me at my own apartment, then at Mark's, then at a random coffee shop. She was always one step ahead. She knew my movements, my thoughts, my fears. My phone, which I had not looked at since the night before, buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, my heart leaping into my throat. It was an unknown number. I hesitated, then, against my better judgment, answered it. "Hello." My voice was a shaky whisper. A soft, melodic hum filled the line. Then, Chloe's voice, sweet and playful, like a child's nursery rhyme. "Did you enjoy your coffee? Alex, I picked that blend just for you. It is my favorite. And I thought the rose would remind you of how much I care." My hand was shaking so violently I could barely hold the phone. How are you doing this?" I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. "What do you want from me?" Her voice hardened slightly, a subtle shift that sent shivers down my spine. "What do I want?" "Alex, I want you, all of you. You do not understand, do you? We are meant to be. We are soulmates. These little games, they are just foreplay, a way for us to get to know each other better. This is not a game. Chloe," I pleaded, my voice breaking. "This is terrifying. You are terrifying me. Please, just leave me alone. I do not want this." A soft, delicate laugh echoed through the phone. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated delusion. "Leave you alone? Oh, Alex, that is impossible. We are connected. You just have not realized it yet. But you will. Soon." The line clicked, and she was gone. I dropped the phone, my legs giving out again. I sank to the floor, my head in my hands, hot tears streaming down my face. Mark knelt beside me, putting a comforting hand on my shoulder, but his own face was etched with despair. "She is completely unhinged," he muttered, his voice low and grim. "We have to go to the police again. This is a direct threat." She admitted it. "We have to." But I knew it was futile. The police could not stop her. She was a ghost, a shadow, always there, always watching, always one step ahead. The next few days were a living hell. We stayed cooped up in Mark's apartment, blinds drawn, doors locked, venturing out only for absolute necessities, always together. I could not sleep, could not eat, could not think straight. Every shadow, every sound, every gust of wind outside sent me into a panic. I was a prisoner in my own mind, haunted by the image of Chloe's chilling smile. Then one evening, as we were watching a movie, trying to distract ourselves, there was a faint scratching sound at the front door. Both Mark and I froze, our eyes locking, fear coiling in our stomachs. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was rhythmic, deliberate, like fingernails on wood. What is that? Mark whispered, his voice tight with fear. I shook my head, my mouth dry. I knew what it was. The scratching stopped. Then a soft thud. We waited, holding our breath, listening. Silence. Mark, against my frantic protests, slowly, cautiously, approached the door. He peered through the peephole, then recoiled, a gasp escaping his lips. What? What is it? I demanded, rushing to his side. He did not answer. He just fumbled with the locks, slowly, agonizingly slowly, opening the door a crack. On the floor, nestled on a welcome mat, was a small, neatly wrapped package. It was tied with a crimson ribbon, and on top, a single, fresh red rose. My blood ran cold. This was her. She was here. Again. Mark picked up the package, his hands trembling. It was surprisingly heavy. He brought it inside, then carefully, nervously, began to unwrap it. Inside, nestled in a bed of shredded paper, was a small, ornate wooden box, identical to the one she had left at my apartment. My heart hammered against my ribs. I knew what was coming. Mark lifted the lid, and inside, perfectly preserved, nestled on a bed of dried lilac petals, was a single, human eye. It was glassy, unblinking, staring up at us with a terrifying, vacant intensity. It was still fresh, the iris a vibrant, unsettling blue. A scream tore from my throat, raw and primal. Mark dropped the box, stumbling backwards, his face a mask of horror. The eye rolled slightly on the petals, its gaze still fixed, unseeing, on the ceiling. Next to the eye, a small, folded piece of paper. Mark, his hand shaking so violently he could barely hold it, picked it up. His eyes scanned the elegant script, and then slowly he looked up at me, his face devoid of all hope, all color. It says he whispered, his voice barely audible. It says, "You did not like the key. Alex. So I thought you might like a piece of me instead. Do not worry. I have plenty. And soon you will have all of me, and I will have all of you. It is only a matter of time. Forever yours." See, the full weight of her madness, her possessive, terrifying love, crashed down on me. She was not just watching me. She was not just playing games. She was slowly, meticulously dismantling my life, my sanity piece by terrifying piece. And she would not stop until she had me. All of me, forever. I looked at the unblinking eye in the box, then at the locked door, then at Mark's terrified face. There was no escape. She was not just outside my door, she was in my head, in my nightmares, in every breath I took. And I knew, with a chilling certainty that settled deep into my bones, that this was just the beginning. The real horror had only just begun. You know that feeling, right? That absolute, gut-wrenching terror when everything you thought was safe suddenly shatters around you. That is where I was. Still am, honestly. The tap on the window, it was not just a sound. It was a declaration. A promise. He was here. And I was, once again, his... I did not scream. I could not. My throat just locked up a dry, burning knot. I dropped to the floor, scrabbling backwards until my back hit the wall, my eyes wide, fixed on that window. It was dark outside, just a faint glow from the streetlights filtering through the blinds. But I knew he was out there. I could feel his eyes on me, even through the glass, through the fabric. It was like a physical weight, pressing down on my chest, stealing my breath. I stayed there for what felt like an eternity, knees pulled to my chest, hands clamped over my mouth to stifle any sound. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak of the old building sounded like a footstep. My phone was on the coffee table, a mere arm's length away, but reaching for it felt like signing my own death warrant. What was I going to tell 911? A man tapped on my window, and I think he is my ex-stalker, who the police already told me they could not help with. They would probably just tell me to lock my doors and call back if anything actually happened. And what if he heard me? What if that was exactly what he wanted? For me to call to confirm I was home, to confirm I was terrified. Eventually, the silence stretched heavy and suffocating. No more taps, no more sounds, just a frantic pounding of my own heart against my ribs. Slowly, painstakingly, I crawled to the window, peering through a sliver in the blinds. Nothing, just a dark street, the empty sidewalk, the usual row of parked cars. But the absence of a threat did not mean the threat was gone. It just meant he was playing a different game. He was hiding. He was waiting. That night was a blur of terror. I did not sleep. I could not. I sat in the living room, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand, staring at the window. Every rustle of leaves outside, every car passing by, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept seeing the blurry photo of my old apartment, then the photo of my current living room, taken from outside. He had been there before. He was there now. The next few days were a living nightmare. I called out of work, feigning a sudden illness. I kept the blinds drawn, the lights off, moving around my apartment like a ghost. I ordered food delivery, too afraid to step outside. Every notification on my phone sent a fresh wave of panic through me, convinced it would be another cryptic message, another chilling photo. But nothing came, just silence. And that silence was almost worse than the threats. It was the calm before the storm, the feeling of being hunted, but never knowing when the hunter would strike. My carefully constructed new life, the one I would fought so hard to build, it just crumbled. All the therapy, all the new routines, the new name, the new city, it was all for nothing. He had found me, and now he was everywhere. I felt like a rat in a maze, and he was the one pulling the strings, watching me scurry, knowing I had nowhere to go. The police, of course, were useless. I called him again, my voice trembling as I recounted the window tap, the marked profile, the photo of my living room. They listened patiently, almost too patiently, then gave me the same spiel: "We understand your concerns, madam, but without direct physical harm or clear, actionable threat, there is not much we can do. Keep your doors locked. Consider getting a security system." A security system. As if that would stop him. He was a ghost, a shadow, a master of manipulation. He did not break down doors, he broke down minds. Weeks passed, a slow, agonizing crawl through paranoia. I started going to work again, forcing myself, try and project an image of normalcy, but inside, I was a coiled spring. Every face in the crowd, every car that lingered a little too long, every stranger who met my gaze, it was him, or someone working for him. My friends, the few I would made in this new city, tried to be supportive, but they did not understand. How could they? How do you explain that you are being stalked by a phantom who knows your deepest fears and uses them against you? They would offer advice, tell me to move again, but where? How many times could I uproot my life? How many times could I run before I just collapsed? And what was the point? He would just find me again. He always did. I knew, deep down, that he was not going to just grab me in an alley. That was not his style. He wanted to play. He wanted to torment. He wanted me to know, every single day, that he was there, that I was never truly safe. He wanted to break me, and I could feel myself cracking. One evening, after another day spent looking over my shoulder, I found myself aimlessly scrolling through my phone. I would meant to delete the dating apps after the marked profile appeared. It just felt too dangerous, too exposed. But I had not. Maybe it was a twisted sense of defiance, a desperate attempt to cling to some semblance of a normal life. Or maybe, morbidly, it was a way to keep an eye out, to see if he would try another profile, another game. Then I saw him. David. His profile popped up on Tinder. He was handsome, in a rugged, approachable way. Dark hair, kind eyes, a genuine smile in his photos. His bio was witty, talked about hiking, good food, trying new breweries. He seemed normal, safe. A tiny, almost imperceptible spark ignited in me, a flicker of something I had not felt in months' hope. Or maybe it was just a desperate delusion. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. My heart gave a little jump, a mix of excitement and apprehension. We exchanged a few messages. He was articulate, funny, and seemed genuinely interested. He asked about my work, my hobbies, what I like to do on weekends. All perfectly normal, innocent questions. I found myself relaxing just a little. Maybe, just maybe, this was a chance. A chance to feel human again. To connect with someone who was not a ghost from my past. After a week of chatting, he asked me out for coffee. A public place, a busy cafe downtown. It felt like a safe choice. I agreed. I spent an hour trying to decide what to wear. Something that would make me feel confident, not like a hunted animal. I even put on a little extra makeup, trying to hide the dark circles under my eyes, the lingering shadow of fear that seemed permanently etched on my face. Walking to the cafe, I felt a familiar tightness in my chest, a prickle of unease. But I pushed it down. This was different. This was just a date. A normal date. David was already there, sitting at a small table near the window. He stood up as I approached, a warm smile on his face. "Sarah," he asked, his voice friendly. My new name, the one Mark had used in his profile. A tiny shiver ran down my spine, but I forced a smile. "Hi, David. Nice to finally meet you." The first half hour was, well, normal. We talked about the weather, our jobs, the terrible traffic in the city. He seemed genuinely engaged, laughing at my jokes, sharing anecdotes about his own life. I started to relax. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe I was seeing Mark everywhere, because he had traumatized me so deeply. Maybe David was just David. So, he said, taking a sip of his latte, "You mentioned you work in marketing. What is a typical day like for you?" "Oh, I replied, shrugging. "Emails, meetings, try and come up with clever campaigns. It is pretty standard office stuff." He nodded, his eyes fixed on me. "Right? And you usually take the bus. Do not you? I think you mentioned that in one of our chats." "Yeah, most days," I said, a slight hesitation in my voice. I had mentioned taking the bus, but it felt like a slightly more specific recall than typical first date small talk. It is just easier than dealing with parking. "Makes sense," he said, still smiling. "And what about after work? Do you usually head straight home, or do you have any evening routines?" My internal alarm bells started to clang, faint at first, like distant church bells. This was a little direct. "It varies," I said, trying to keep my tone light. "Sometimes I hit the gym. Sometimes I just go home and crash." The gym," he mused. "Do you go to that one on Elm Street? The one with the big glass windows?" My heart gave a sickening lurch. The gym on Elm Street was my gym. And yes, it did have big glass windows. I had not mentioned the specific gym to him. I was certain of it. I would only ever said the gym. "How did you know that?" I asked, my voice a little too sharp, a little too loud. His smile did not waver. "Oh, did I? I must have misremembered. Or maybe you mentioned it in passing, and I just picked up on it. I am pretty good with details." He chuckled, a perfectly normal, innocent sound, but to me, it was like a discordant note in a symphony. I forced myself to breathe. "Do not panic," I told myself. "He probably just saw you there, or heard it from someone else. It is a small city." But the thoughts were cold comfort. "So, when you do go home," he continued, completely unfazed by my sudden tension, "what is your usual evening ritual? Do you cook? Watch TV. Read. I like to read. I stammered, my mind racing. The photo. The photo of my living room, taken from outside. My reading chair was right next to the window. That is nice, he said, his eyes seeming to bore right through me. Do you have a favorite spot in your apartment for that? A comfy armchair, maybe near a window. The blood drained from my face. My hands, resting on the table, felt cold and clammy. This was not a coincidence. This was not normal. This was Mark, or someone who knew Mark intimately. Someone who knew everything Mark knew. Why are you asking me all these questions? I managed to choke out, my voice barely a whisper. He tilted his head, feigning innocence. Just getting to know you. Sarah, is not that what dates are for? I find people's daily routines fascinating. It tells you a lot about them. No, I said, shaking my head, these are not normal questions. You are asking about things I have not told you. Things you should not know. His smile finally tightened, just a fraction. Like what? Like my gym. I hissed, leaning forward. Like my reading spot. I never told you those things. He leaned back, a casual shrug of his shoulders. Maybe you did, and you just do not remember. Or maybe I have a good memory for details. I told you. I am observant. His eyes flickered, just for a second, to the window beside our table. And in that fleeting glance, I saw it. Not just curiosity, but a predatory glint. A knowing smirk that sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. What time do you usually get up for work? Sarah, he asked, his voice suddenly softer, almost a purr. Do you prefer coffee or tea in the morning? And do you ever go to that little park near the library on weekends? The one with the old oak tree. Each question was a hammer blow, shattering the last vestiges of my composure. The park near the library. I went there sometimes, to clear my head, to try and escape the constant fear. I had never, ever mentioned it to anyone in this city, let alone to a stranger on a dating app. Stop it, I whispered, pushing my chair back. I need to go. Oh, already, he said, a hint of disappointment in his voice that felt utterly fake. We were just getting to the good part. He reached across the table, his hand hovering near mine. I flinched back, knocking over my water glass. It clattered loudly, splashing across the table. The noise drew the attention of a few other patrons, but I did not care. I scrambled to my feet, my chair scraping against the floor. Do not touch me, I cried, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and rage. He held up his hands, a picture of feigned innocence. Hey, easy there. What is wrong? I was just trying to be friendly. I did not answer. I just turned and fled, weaving through the tables, ignoring the curious stares, the hushed whispers. I burst out of the cafe, gasping for air, the cold autumn wind hitting my face. I did not look back. I just ran, blindly, my mind screaming. I did not stop until I reached my apartment building, fumbling with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely get the key into the lock. Inside, I slammed the door shut, bolted it, then leaned against it, sliding to the floor in a heap. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging. It was him. It had to be him. He had not just found me, he was playing a new game. He was inserting himself into my life, under different guises, collecting information, reminding me that he was always watching, always there. The Tinder date was not a random encounter. It was a setup, another layer of his psychological torture. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. It was a text message, not from David, not from an unknown number. It was from the Mark profile, the one that had used my new secret name. The message was short, chillingly simple. You really should not have worn that dress today. Sarah, it makes you look too anxious. David noticed. and beneath the text, a photo of me, taken through the cafe window, just as I was getting up to leave. My face was pale, my eyes wide with terror, my hand still reaching back for the chair. He was there. He had been there the whole time, watching, taking notes, enjoying every second of my unraveling. I dropped the phone, letting it clatter to the floor. The game had not just begun again, it had evolved. And this time, I was not just a prisoner in my own home. I was a puppet dancing on his strings, and he was everywhere. There was no escape. Not anymore. There was just the game, and I was losing. I was losing everything. I have always been a pretty casual guy when it comes to dating. Call me old-fashioned, but I like meeting people in person, hitting it off, seeing where things go. But in this day and age, that is not always how it works. So, like millions of others, I dipped my toes into the murky waters of online dating, specifically Tinder. For the most part, it was exactly what you would expect: awkward conversations, bad dates, and occasional ghosting. Nothing too dramatic, nothing that ever made me regret swiping right. Until that one night, of course. The night everything changed, and I learned that sometimes the scariest monsters do not lurk in the shadows, but right there in plain sight, smiling back at you from a profile picture. Her name was Sarah, or at least that is what her profile said. She had a pretty smile, bright blue eyes, and a couple of pictures that showed her hiking and laughing with friends. Nothing that screamed serial killer or future abductor. Just a normal, attractive woman looking for well. I guess I assumed she was looking for what most people on Tinder were looking for. We matched, exchanged a few messages, and the conversation flowed easily. She seemed witty, intelligent, and genuinely interested in what I had to say. After about an hour of texting, she suggested we skip the whole awkward first date coffee thing and just meet up for a drink at a bar near her place. I figured, why not? It was a Friday night. I had nothing better to do, and she seemed cool. What is the worst that could happen, right? Famous last words. The bar was dimly lit, a little too loud, but she was there just as advertised. Even prettier in person, actually. We talked for hours, laughing, sharing stories, and downing a couple of beers each. There was a genuine spark, the kind you rarely find on a first meeting, especially one orchestrated by a dating app. She told me she was an artist specializing in abstract sculptures, and I talked about my job in marketing. Everything felt normal, comfortable. Around midnight, when the bar was starting to thin out, she suggested we head back to her place, just a few blocks away, to continue talking, maybe watch a movie. I did not hesitate. My judgment was probably a little clouded by the alcohol and the genuine connection I felt, but honestly, even sober, I probably would have said yes. She seemed like a good person. A little shy, maybe, but definitely good. Her apartment was on the third floor of an old brick building. It was small, cozy, and filled with interesting art pieces, some of them clearly hers. We sat on her couch, talking for a while longer, the conversation eventually winding down into comfortable silence. One thing led to another, as it often does in these situations, and before I knew it, we were in her bedroom. The details of that night are a little hazy now, mostly because of the alcohol and the shock that followed, but I remember it being fine. Nothing spectacular, nothing terrible. Just a typical one-night stand, the kind you usually chalk up to a good story or a learning experience. I drifted off to sleep feeling content, maybe even a little hopeful about where things might go with Sarah. I woke up with a groan, the morning light filtering weakly through the blinds. My head was pounding, a familiar hangover setting in. I rolled over, reaching for the empty space beside me, expecting to feel Sarah there. But the bed was cold, empty. I blinked, tried to clear the fog from my brain. It was still early, probably around 8 a.m. I usually wake up earlier, but the beers and the late night had clearly taken their toll. I sat up, rubbing my temples, and glanced around the room. It was sparsely decorated, a queen-size bed, a dresser, and a small nightstand. No clothes strewn about, no personal touches beyond a single, unsettlingly realistic sculpture of a human hand on the dresser. It was a little sterile for an artist's apartment. "Sarah," I called out, my voice raspy. No answer. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, wincing as my head throbbed. Time to get dressed, find my phone, and figure out how to get home. I needed coffee, and maybe some aspirin. I looked for my clothes, which I vaguely remembered tossing onto a chair. They were not there. My eyes scanned the floor, then the dresser, then the small closet door. Nothing. A flicker of unease started to prick at me. That is weird. I am usually pretty good about keeping track of my stuff, even when I have had a few drinks. I got up and walked around the room, feeling a growing sense of discomfort. My jeans, my shirt, my socks, they were gone. All of them. The only thing left was the underwear I was wearing. Okay, this was officially strange. Did she put them in the wash? That seemed like an odd thing to do after a one-night stand. A little too familiar, maybe. I called out again, louder this time. "Sarah, you around?" Still nothing. The silence in the apartment was suddenly oppressive, heavy. I opened a closet door. Empty, save for a few hangers and a pair of sensible-looking flats. No sign of my clothes. My phone. Where was my phone? I checked the nightstand again, then under the bed. No phone. My wallet, which usually lives in my back pocket, was not there either. My car keys, which I always keep separate from my wallet, usually in my front pocket or on the bedside table, were also gone. That is when the first real jolt of fear hit me. Not just annoyance, not just confusion, but genuine, cold dread. My clothes, my phone, my wallet, my keys, everything. All gone. This was not just a weird morning after scenario. This was something else. I walked out of the bedroom, my bare feet padding silently on the hardwood floor. The living room was just as tidy as I remembered it. The couch, the coffee table with a few art books, another of her abstract sculptures, this one a twisted metal figure that looked vaguely human. No sign of Sarah. No note. Nothing. "Sarah," this is not funny. I tried to keep my voice steady, but a tremor crept in. My heart was starting to pound a little harder now, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I checked the small kitchen. Empty. The bathroom. Empty. The front door. I reached for the doorknob, my hand trembling slightly. It was locked. And not just locked with a deadbolt, it felt like it was bolted from the outside. I twisted the knob, pushed against the door, but it would not budge. My breath hitched in my throat. Panic, cold and sharp, started to claw its way up my chest. I was trapped in a stranger's apartment, with no clothes, no phone, no ID, no keys, and no idea where the hell the woman I would spend the night with had gone. I pressed my ear against the door, straining to hear anything. Footsteps, voices, anything. But there was only silence. A deep, unsettling silence that seemed to swallow all sound. I tried calling out again, louder this time, shouting Sarah's name, then just a low, "Is anyone there?" My voice echoed back at me, hollow and weak. My mind raced, tried to find a logical explanation. Maybe she went out for coffee. But why take all my stuff? Why lock me in? No, this was not right. This was not normal. I went back to the living room, my eyes darting around, searching for anything, any clue. My gaze fell on the small coffee table. One of the art books was slightly ajar. I picked it up. It was a collection of bizarre, unsettling photographs of human figures, some of them distorted, others, well, they looked like they were in various states of distress, or perhaps transformation. It was disturbing, but I figured it was just part of her artistic style. I flipped through a few more pages. Then I saw it, tucked between two pages, a small, folded piece of paper. My hand shook as I pulled it out. It was a note, handwritten. Good morning. Alex, I hope you slept well. I am sorry about your things, but I needed them. Do not worry, you won't need them for a while. This is just the beginning. The fun is about to start. Make yourself comfortable. I will be back soon. Love. Sarah. My blood ran cold. Love. Sarah. The words mocked me, a chilling contrast to the terror they instilled. This was not a joke. This was not a misunderstanding. This was an abduction. I was being held captive by a woman I would met on Tinder. I sank onto the couch, the note clutched in my trembling hand. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic thoughts. What did she want? Why me? What was the fun? The implications were horrifying. I pictured her, smiling sweetly at me across the bar, her blue eyes sparkling. It was a mask, a perfect, terrifying mask. I forced myself to stand up, my legs feeling like jelly. I had to get out. I went to the windows. They were old, single-pane glass, but they were also locked. And on the outside of each window, I noticed were heavy, decorative iron grills. Not the flimsy kind, but solid, bolted in bars. This was not just Sarah's apartment. It was a cage. My heart hammered against my ribs, a desperate bird trying to escape. I ran back to the front door, slamming my fist against it, shouting, "Let me out! Sarah, you crazy bitch, let me out!" My voice cracked with fear and desperation. No response. The building was silent, or maybe her apartment was soundproof. I had no idea. I paced the small apartment, my bare feet silent on the floor, my mind racing. I had to think. What did I know about her? Artist. Lived in this apartment. Seemed normal. But clearly, she was not. What did I need it to mean? My ID. My credit cards. My car. Was this just a robbery gone sideways? But the note, the fun is about to start, that sounded far more sinister than a simple theft. I tried to remember anything else from the night before. Any red flags. Any weird comments. Nothing. She was just charming, engaging, a master manipulator. I realized with a fresh wave of nausea. My eyes fell on the strange hand sculpture on the dresser in the bedroom. I walked over to it, drawn by a morbid curiosity. It was incredibly detailed. The lines on the palm, the fingernails, even the tiny hairs on the back of the hand. It looked almost real. Too real. I touched it, and a shiver ran down my spine. The material was cold, smooth, almost like bone. No, it could not be. That was just my fear playing tricks on me. It had to be some kind of resin or clay. I spent the next few hours in a state of growing terror. I searched every drawer, every cupboard, every corner of the apartment. I found nothing useful. No spare keys, no hidden phones, no tools. It was meticulously clean, almost barren of personal items. It was as if Sarah herself barely lived there, or perhaps she just kept her true self hidden away. Around noon, I heard a faint click from the front door. My heart leaped into my throat. She was back. I instinctively backed away, retreating into the living room, pressing myself against the wall, trying to make myself invisible. The doorknob turned, and the door slowly opened. Sarah stood there, holding a small grocery bag. She was dressed in a casual hoodie and jeans, looking perfectly normal, like she would just run out for milk. She glanced at me, her blue eyes wide and innocent, and then she smiled. It was not the warm, genuine smile from last night. This one was cold, predatory, and filled with a chilling amusement. "Oh, good. You are awake," she said, her voice light and airy, as if we were just two friends casually hanging out. "Did you find my note? I hope it was not too much of a shock. I wanted you to know what was happening." I stared at her, unable to speak. My mouth was dry, my throat constricted. She walked into the kitchen, placing the grocery bag on the counter. You look a little disheveled. Alex, and cold. Do not worry. I brought you some clothes. She pulled out a neatly folded stack from a bag. A pair of sweatpants, a plain t-shirt, and a fresh pair of socks. They were not my clothes. They were generic, brand new, still with the tags on. What do you want? I finally managed to croak, my voice barely a whisper. She turned to face me, leaning against the counter, her arms crossed. Her smile widened. What do I want? Oh, Alex, that is a very good question. I want to get to know you better. Much, much better. You see, I have been looking for someone like you for a long time. Someone like me. What does that even mean? Someone who is open, adventurous, a little lost, perhaps. Someone who is willing to trust. You trusted me, did not you? Alex, you came home with me. You slept in my bed. You let your guard down. That is very important. She took a step closer, her eyes glittering. I am an artist, Alex, and my art requires a very specific kind of canvas. A living canvas. My blood ran cold again. Living canvas. The words echoed in my mind, bringing with them a fresh wave of terror. I remembered the disturbing photographs in the book, the twisted human figures, and that hand sculpture. You are insane. I whispered, taking a step back. She chuckled, a soft, unsettling sound. Perhaps, but is not all genius a little insane? Come on, Alex, put on your clothes. We have a lot to talk about, and a lot to do. She gestured towards the clothes on the counter. I have made us some breakfast, and do not even think about trying anything. The windows are barred, the door is reinforced, and believe me, no one can hear you scream. I have made sure of that. The absolute certainty in her voice, the calm way she delivered these horrifying truths, stripped away any last shred of hope I had. She was not just a random thief. She was meticulously prepared. She had planned this. For me, I slowly walked to the counter, picked up the clothes, and retreated to the bedroom. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped them. I pulled on the sweatpants and tee. Sure, they were a little big, but at least I was not naked. I looked around the room, desperate. There had to be something. Anything. As I was pulling on the shirt, my fingers brushed against something taped to the inside of the closet door, barely visible. A small laminated card. I pulled it off. It was my driver's license. My own face stared back at me, smiling from the photo, blissfully unaware of the nightmare I was about to enter. And taped underneath it, a small, handwritten note, do not worry. Alex, I am not done with you yet. This is just a reminder of who you are and who you are becoming. My stomach churned. She was playing with me, taunting me. She had my ID, but she chose to leave the specific piece, as if to mock my identity, my past life. I walked back into the living room, trying to project an air of calm I did not feel. Sarah was sitting at a small dining table in the kitchen area, 2 plates of scrambled eggs and toast laid out. A cup of coffee steamed beside each plate. Come, sit, she said, patting the chair opposite her. We should eat. You will need your strength. I hesitated, but the smell of coffee was intoxicating and my stomach growled. I was starving and my head still throbbed. Maybe if I played along, I could find an opening, a weakness. I sat down, my eyes never leaving her. She ate calmly, gracefully, as if this were a perfectly normal breakfast with a new acquaintance. So, Alex, she began, taking a sip of coffee. Tell me about yourself. Really tell me. What are your fears? Your dreams? What makes you tick? I tried to think of something, anything, that would not reveal too much, but also would not provoke her. I like my job. I have friends. I like hiking, reading. She laughed, a short, sharp sound. Oh, Alex, that is the surface. That is the Tinder profile. I want the real Alex. The one who is scared right now. The one who is wondering if he will ever see his friends again. The one who is wondering what I am going to do to him. Her eyes bore into mine, unblinking. That is the Alex I am interested in. The one that is raw, exposed, vulnerable. I pushed my plate away. I could not eat. The eggs suddenly looked like something else, something sickening. What do you want from me? I asked again, my voice trembling. She leaned forward, her elbows on the table, her expression suddenly serious. I want to create. And for that, I need inspiration. I need subjects. You, Alex, are going to be my next masterpiece. My blood ran cold. The hand sculpture, the disturbing photographs. It all clicked into place. A horrifying, sickening realization. She was not just an artist, she was a monster. And I was her next project. You are going to kill me, or not you. The words were out before I could stop them. She smiled a slow, predatory smile that sent shivers down my spine. Kill you? Oh no. Alex, that would be far too simple. And frankly, a waste. Death is the end. I am interested in the journey, the transformation, the process of becoming. She paused, her gaze intense. I want to capture the essence of fear, of despair, of what it means to truly lose everything. And then, I want to immortalize it. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. Immortalize it, like the sculptures, like the twisted figures in the book. She was not just talking about a painting or a clay figure. She was talking about me. What would have you done to others? I whispered, dread filling me. Her smile faded slightly, replaced by a look of detached curiosity. Others. There have been others. Yes, each one unique. Each one a stepping stone to the next level of my art. But you, Alex, you have a certain spark. A genuine innocence that will make your transformation all the more profound. I felt bile rise in my throat. I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair over. You are a psychopath. You are going to rot in hell. Her eyes narrowed, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something truly menacing in them. Language. Alex, that is not how we talk in my studio. You are my guest, and you will show respect. Now, pick up that chair. Her voice was low, but it held an undeniable authority that made my knees tremble. I hesitated, but the look in her eyes told me she was not bluffing. I slowly bent down, picked up the chair, and placed it back at the table. Good, she said, her smile returning as if nothing had happened. Now, let us begin your education. The next few days blurred into a horrifying routine. Sarah would leave for a few hours, then return, always with a new lesson for me. She never physically hurt me, not at first. Her torment was purely psychological. She would talk endlessly about her art, about the human condition, about the beauty of suffering. She would make me watch disturbing documentaries, read philosophical texts about pain and existence, and then demand my interpretation. She would describe in vivid detail what she planned to do to me, not just physically, but mentally. She wanted to break me down, strip away every layer of who I was, until only the raw, terrified core remained. She wanted to sculpt my mind, my emotions, just as she sculpted clay or metal. She had an unnerving ability to read me, to pinpoint my deepest fears. She knew I was afraid of isolation, of being forgotten. So she would constantly remind me that no one knew where I was, that my friends and family would eventually give up looking. She would show me news articles about missing persons, casually remarking on how easily people disappear. One evening, she brought in a large wooden crate. This, Alex, she said, a glint in her eye, is going to be a very important part of your journey. She opened it, revealing a collection of tools, chisels, drills, saws, various sharp instruments. They were not art tools, they were instruments of torture. My blood ran cold. "Do not worry," she said, seeing my terrified expression. "Not yet. These are for when you are ready. When you are truly ready to embrace the art." I tried to escape twice. The first time, I managed to pry open a window with a spoon I had stolen from the kitchen, only to find the iron grills were indeed solid, unyielding. I scraped my hands raw trying to bend them, but it was useless. Sarah came back shortly after, finding me exhausted and defeated. She simply smiled, offering me a bandage for my bleeding knuckles. A valiant effort. "Alex," she said, "but futile. You are not going anywhere." The second time, I tried to overpower her. It was during one of her lessons, when she was distracted, talking about the philosophy of pain. I lunged at her, desperate, fueled by a surge of adrenaline. I managed to tackle her, knocking her to the ground. But she was surprisingly strong and incredibly fast. She twisted, brought her knee up, and connected with my groin. I collapsed, gasping for air, clutching myself in agony. She stood over me, her expression cold, devoid of any emotion. That was unwise. "Alex," she said, her voice low and dangerous. "Very unwise. We are not playing games here. There are rules, and you broke them." The punishment was not physical, not in the way I expected. Instead, she locked me in the bedroom for 2 days with no food, only water. The silence was deafening, broken only by the frantic beat of my own heart. I hallucinated, my mind playing tricks on me, seeing shadows move, hearing whispers that were not there. I felt myself slowly unraveling, just as she wanted. When she finally let me out, I was a shell of my former self, weak, disoriented, and utterly broken. She greeted me with a plate of food, a sickeningly kind smile on her face. "Welcome back. Alex," she said, "I hope you have had time to reflect, to understand your place here." I understood. I was her captive, her canvas, her plaything, and there was no escape. One afternoon, she brought out a sketchbook. "Today, Alex, we begin preliminary sketches. I need to capture your essence, your current state, before we begin the deeper work." She made me sit in various poses, her eyes studying me with an unnerving intensity. She sketched my face, my body, but it was not just my physical form she was capturing. It was a fear in my eyes, the slump of my shoulders, the defeated posture. She was sketching my soul. As she sketched, she hummed a tuneless melody, occasionally glancing up at me, a strange, almost maternal expression on her face. "You know, Alex," she said softly, "you are truly beautiful in your despair. It is a raw, untainted beauty. Most people try to hide it, to mask their pain. But you are letting it all show. That is what makes you perfect." Her words were like venom, seeping into my mind, corrupting my thoughts. I started to question everything. Was she right? Was there a twisted beauty in this suffering? Was I becoming something else? Something she wanted me to be? My mind was so fractured, so starved for any kind of human connection, that I almost started to believe her. Then one day, she brought out a small, intricately carved wooden box. She placed it on the coffee table, her eyes gleaming. "Today, Alex, we begin the next phase. The true transformation." My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. The tools from the crate, the chisels, the saws. She opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of dark velvet, were not tools, but a collection of human teeth. Yellowed, some chipped, some perfectly intact. Each one looked different, unique. My breath hitched in my throat. "These," she said, picking up one of the teeth and holding it up to the light, "are from my previous canvases. Each one a testament to their journey, their completion. And soon, Alex, you will join them. You will become part of my permanent collection." I stared at the teeth, my mind reeling. This was not just about psychological torture. This was about physical dismemberment. She was not just an artist, She was a collector of human parts. And I was next. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me. I was going to die here, slowly, painfully, and then my body would be dissected, parts of me kept as trophies. My mind, already frayed, snapped. I stood up, my body trembling. But a new kind of resolve, born of absolute despair, filled me. I would not let her do it. I would not become another tooth in her collection. No, I whispered, my voice hoarse. No, I won't let you. She looked at me, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Oh, and what will you do? Alex, you are weak. You are broken. You have nothing left. I have myself. I said, the word surprising even me. And you won't take that. I glanced around the room, desperate, searching for anything. My eyes landed on the twisted metal sculpture on the coffee table, the one that looked vaguely human. It was heavy, and it had sharp edges. Before she could react, I lunged, not at her, but at the sculpture. I grabbed it, the cold metal biting into my hand, and swung it with all my might. I aimed for her head, but she was too fast. She ducked, and the sculpture crashed against the wall, leaving a dent. Temper, temper. Alex, she said, her voice now laced with cold anger. That is not very artistic. She lunged at me, a wild, feral look in her eyes. This was not the calm, calculating Sarah anymore. This was a predator, finally pushed to her limit. We grappled, my weakened body no match for her strength and determination. She clawed at my face, her nails leaving stinging welts. I tried to push her away, but she was relentless. I felt a sharp pain in my side as she kneed me again, harder this time. I stumbled back, gasping, but I held on to the metal sculpture. It was my only weapon, my only hope. She came at me again, her eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. You will be mine, Alex, all of you. As she closed in, I swung the sculpture blindly, desperately. This time it connected, not with her head, but with her arm. I heard a sickening crack, and she cried out, stumbling back, clutching her arm. The wooden box with the teeth fell from the table, scattering its horrifying contents across the floor. It was my chance. Without thinking, I pushed past her, ignoring the pain in my side, the burning in my lungs. I ran for the front door, slamming my body against it, desperate, but it was still locked. Sarah was on her feet again, her face contorted in a mask of rage and pain. You can't escape. Alex, this is your home now. My eyes darted around, searching. The kitchen. The knives. I sprinted into the kitchen, grabbing the largest chef's knife I could find from the block on the counter. It felt heavy, cold, and terrifyingly real in my hand. I turned to face her, my breath coming in ragged gasps. She stood at the entrance to the kitchen, her injured arm hanging uselessly at her side, her eyes blazing. She saw the knife, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something new in her expression, not fear, but a strange, almost admiring respect. Oh, Alex, she whispered, a chilling smile spreading across her face. You are finally fighting back. Good. This is exactly what I wanted. The raw, primal instinct. The will to survive. This will make your art truly exquisite. She took a step towards me, ignoring the knife, ignoring her injured arm. She was completely unhinged. I knew then that there was no reasoning with her, no escape unless I truly committed. It was her or me. I gripped the knife tighter, my knuckles white. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst. The air was thick with tension, with the stench of fear and madness. Stay back. I yelled, my voice cracking, but I stood my ground. She just smiled, a horrifying, knowing smile. Come on, Alex, let us finish this masterpiece. She lunged. The details that followed are still a blur of adrenaline and terror. A desperate struggle, a flash of steel, a scream that tore through the silent apartment. I do not want to remember it. I did not want to think about what I had to do to survive. When it was over, I stood there, panting, covered in sweat and something else. The knife. All right, so you know how it is these days, right? Dating apps, Tinder, Bumble, whatever. It is a whole different ball game than when I was younger, or at least when my parents were younger. Back then, you just met people. In real life, now, it is all swiping and profiles and trying to figure out if that one blurry photo is hiding something, or if their bio is actually witty or just stolen from some meme page. Me, I am Alex. Or, well, I am. Does not really matter what my name is. I guess I am just a guy, late 20s, working a pretty standard office job in the city. Nothing glamorous, nothing exciting. Just trying to pay the bills and maybe, just maybe, find someone to share a pizza with on a Friday night. So yeah, I was on Tinder. Swiping, mostly mindlessly, after a long day of staring at spreadsheets. It is a grind and honestly, most of the matches go nowhere. A few back and forths, maybe a bad date, then poof, they are gone. That is just the way it goes. Until I matched with Chloe. Her profile immediately stood out. Not just because she was stunning, which, yeah, she was, but her photos were really well done. Not those overly filtered, trying too hard to be candid shots, but genuinely natural, beautiful pictures. And her bio, it was smart, witty, referenced a couple of indie bands I liked, and a niche sci-fi show that hardly anyone else I knew had even heard of. My first thought was, okay, finally, someone interesting. My second thought was, she is probably out of my league. But I swiped right anyway, because what is the worst that could happen? And then, boom, match. Instant notification. Chloe liked me too. A little thrill went through me. I am not gonna lie. We started chatting right away. And man, the conversation flowed. It was not like pulling teeth, like it usually is. She actually asked thoughtful questions, listened to my answers, and built on them. She had a great sense of humor, a quick wit, and an amazing laugh, even just over text. We talked about everything: our jobs, our dreams, our weirdest pet peeves, our favorite obscure documentaries. It was like we would known each other for years, not just a couple days on a dating app. I found myself looking forward to her messages, checking my phone constantly. It felt easy, natural, like this could actually be something. We talked about meeting up. Of course, she seemed keen, but kept it a little vague on the timing, saying her work schedule was hectic. I did not think much of it. Everyone's busy, right? I was just happy she seemed genuinely interested. A few days later, I was showing her profile to my buddy, Mark, over a beer. He has always given me grief about my dating life, or lack thereof. Dude, she is legit, I said, scrolling through her photos. Seriously, she is smart, funny, and look at her. She is gorgeous. Mark grunted, taking a sip of his beer. Yeah, I get it. You are smitten. Just make sure she is not a catfishing robot from the future. He laughed, but I just rolled my eyes. I kept scrolling, showing him her various pictures. One was a selfie taken in a park. Another was a shot of her at a cafe with a latte. And then there was this one. It was a full body shot, not a selfie, so someone else must have taken it. She was standing on a sidewalk, smiling, wearing a really sharp blazer and jeans. The background was a bit blurred, but you could still make out the building behind her. It was a modern glass and steel kind of place, with some distinctive planters out front and a specific type of dark gray paving on the sidewalk. I paused. My thumb hovered over the screen. Huh, I said, not really to Mark, but to myself. That is familiar. Mark leaned closer. What is familiar? I zoomed in slightly on the background. The planters. The paving. The specific shade of the glass panels reflecting the sky. There was a unique, almost sculptural bike rack to the left, just barely visible. A cold knot started to form in my stomach. No way. I muttered. No, that can't be right. Mark was looking at me, confused. What are you talking about? Man, I did not answer him. My eyes were fixed on the photo. I knew that building. I knew those planters. I knew that exact patch of sidewalk. It was my office building. Not just an office building. My office building. The one I walked into 5 days a week. The one I spent 8 hours a day in. The one where I ate my sad desk lunch and scrolled through Reddit on my breaks. My mind started racing, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe she worked in the same building. Or the one next door. I quickly scrolled back to her bio, looking for any mention of her job. Nothing specific. Just something vague about marketing or creative solutions, the kind of corporate jargon that could mean anything. Dude, are you okay? Mark asked, waving a hand in front of my face. I shook my head, my mouth suddenly dry. That is my office building. Mark. In her photo. Mark frowned, taking the phone from my hand. He looked at the photo, then back at me. Are you sure? A lot of these corporate buildings look the same. Man, I am positive. I said, my voice barely a whisper. See that little dent in the third planter from the left? I trip over that thing every other Tuesday. And the way the light hits that corner of the glass. I stare at that spot from my window when I am bored. Mark's expression slowly shifted from skepticism to concern. Okay, that is a little weird. A little weird. It was a lot weird. It was more than weird. It was a punch to the gut. All that easy conversation, all that shared laughter suddenly felt tainted. Like a performance. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she works for a client in the building. Maybe she had a meeting there. Maybe she was just passing by and thought it was a cool backdrop. Yeah, that is it. Just a coincidence. A big, wild, unsettling coincidence. I tried to push out of my mind, but it was like a splinter under my skin. Every time I looked at her messages, every time I thought about our conversations, that image of her smiling in front of my workplace flashed in my head. The next day, I decided to play it cool. I messaged her, tried to sound casual. Hey, random question, but I noticed one of your photos looks like it was taken near my office building. Do you happen to work around there? Her reply came, back quickly. Oh, really? Which one? I sent her a screenshot of the photo. A few minutes passed. Then her message came through. Oh, that one. Yeah, I had a meeting nearby a while back. Just thought it was a cool spot for a photo. Small world, right? Small world, right? Her words echoed in my head, but they did not soothe me. They made the knot in my stomach tighter. A while back. How long was a while back? The photo looked recent. And why did not she mention it before? Why the slight hesitation? In her reply, I chalked it up to paranoia. My brain just overthinking things. It is a city. Things happen. But then the coincidences started. It began subtly. I would be walking to my usual coffee shop, the one I went to every morning before work, and I would catch a glimpse of someone who looked like her, just a flash of dark hair and a familiar coat, disappearing around a corner. Or I would be at the gym, doing my usual routine, and I would feel a pair of eyes on me, only to look up and see no one in particular, just the usual gym goers. I would brush it off, my mind playing tricks. I was just hyper aware of her now. Then it got a little more specific. I was at my local grocery store, the one literally 2 blocks from my apartment. I was in the produce aisle, picking out some avocados, when I heard a voice behind me. Oh, hey, Alex. I turned, and there she was, Chloe, smiling, holding a basket of apples. My heart gave a little jump, part surprise, part something else. Chloe. Wow, what are you doing here? She laughed, a light, airy sound. Just getting some groceries. This is my usual spot. What a coincidence, right? First the office building. Now this. She said it with such an innocent, charming smile that I almost believed her. Almost. But this was my grocery store. My local grocery store. And she lived on the other side of town, according to our earlier chats. Or, at least, that is what you implied. Yeah, small world. I managed, forcing a smile. We made small talk for a few minutes about what we were buying, what we were cooking. She seemed perfectly normal, perfectly friendly. But as we parted ways, heading to different aisles, I could not shake the feeling. My skin felt crawly. I started taking different routes to work. I tried a new coffee shop. I even drove to a grocery store a few towns over, just to see if I could escape the feeling. But it did not work. The feeling of being watched was always there. A phantom presence, just out of sight. One morning, I was running late. I would overslept. Throwing on the first clean shirt, I could find a faded blue one with a tiny coffee stain. I would almost miss and practically sprinted out the door. My hair was a mess. I had not shaved, and I felt like a total wreck. Later that day, I got a message from Chloe. Hey, good morning, sleepyhead. Hope your day gets better than your hair did this morning. Blue really is not your color for a rush look. You know, my blood ran cold. I stared at the message, my hands trembling. Sleepyhead. Hair. Blue shirt. Rush look. There was no way she could have known that. No way. Unless she had seen me. She had seen me leave my apartment. She had been watching my apartment. The playful, teasing tone of her message suddenly felt sinister. It was not a joke. It was a threat, a declaration. I did not reply. I could not. My fingers felt numb. My mind was a whirlwind of panic and disbelief. This was not a coincidence. This was not a misunderstanding. This was stalking. I blocked her. On Tinder, on my phone, on every social media platform I could think of. I felt a momentary surge of defiance, of taking back control. But it quickly faded, replaced by a suffocating wave of terror. Blocking her did not make her disappear. It just made her invisible, which was somehow worse. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. Every shadow, every sound, every unfamiliar car parked on my street sent my heart racing. I started pulling my blinds shut the moment I got home. I double-checked my locks, then triple-checked them. I bought a cheap security camera for my front door, though I was not sure what good it would do. Then the anonymous messages started. They came from burner numbers, numbers that were impossible to trace. Just short, cryptic texts. Did you like the rose I left on your car? I had not seen a rose. I went outside, heart pounding, and there it was, a single, perfect red rose, tucked under my windshield wiper. My car was parked 2 blocks away from my apartment, in a spot I thought was safe, unseen. I had walked past it that morning and had not noticed anything. She must have put it there after I left for work. Or maybe she would have been there all along, watching me leave, waiting for me to be gone before making her move. Another message your window was open last night. You should be more careful. My living room window. I had left it open a crack for some fresh air, thinking nothing of it. It was on the 2nd floor. Not easily accessible, but not impossible either. I went to the police. I laid out everything the Tinder match, the photo at my workplace, the grocery store encounter, the blue shirt message, the rose, the window text. I showed them screenshots. I told them how terrified I was. They listened patiently. They took notes. They were sympathetic. But then came the familiar line, "We understand this is unsettling. Sir, but there is no direct threat of violence. She has not explicitly threatened you. These are just disturbing coincidences, as you said." We can't really do anything until she makes a direct threat or attempt to break into your home. My blood ran cold. So I had to wait until she actually hurt me or got inside before they could help. That felt like a death sentence. I left the station feeling more helpless and alone than ever. The fear intensified. I slept with a baseball bat next to my bed. I jumped at every creak of the old apartment building. I started seeing her face in crowds, in reflections everywhere. My friends tried to reassure me, but they did not understand. They had not seen her photo, had not felt the chill of her messages. They had not felt their safe, private world crumble around them. One night, I was trying to relax, watching a movie, but my mind kept drifting. I kept checking my phone, even though I knew she could not reach me. I kept glancing at my window, at the closed blinds. Then I heard it, a faint scratching sound coming from my front door. I froze. My heart hammered against my ribs. I turned down the TV volume, straining my ears. The scratching stopped. I held my breath, listening. Silence. Maybe it was just the building settling. Or a mouse. An old building like this, mice were a possibility. Then, a soft, almost imperceptible click. It was too distinct to be a mouse. Too deliberate. It sounded like a lock. My stomach dropped. I had deadbolt the door. I always did. I grabbed the baseball bat, my hands slick with sweat. I crept toward the door, trying to make as little noise as possible. My breath hitched in my throat. Another sound, a rhythmic, almost gentle squeak, like a shoe rubbing against the floor. Not a forceful sound, but a slow, deliberate movement. Then a wet sniff. It was close, right outside my door. I imagined her, pressed against the wood, listening, breathing. I pressed my ear against the door, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I could feel the vibrations of something moving on the other side. Then a whisper, so soft, so close. I was not sure if it was real or just my terrified imagination. I know you are awake. Alex. It was her voice. Chloe. Soft, almost melodic, but laced with chilling undertone. I just want to say good night. My blood ran to ice. I stumbled back from the door, dropping the bat with a clatter. It echoed loudly in the sudden silence. I scrambled for it, grabbing it again, my knuckles white. I backed away, further and further, until I was pressed against the far wall of my living room, staring at the door. My entire body was trembling uncontrollably. She was outside. She knew I was awake. She had tried the lock. She had sniffed at my door. I did not move for what felt like hours. I just stood there, bat in hand, listening, waiting. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist into monstrous shapes. Every creak of the building sounded like footsteps. I heard nothing else. No more scratching. No more whispers. Just the oppressive silence of my apartment, punctuated by the frantic beating of my own heart. When dawn finally broke, painting the sky in pale shades of gray and pink, I was still standing there, exhausted, terrified, but somehow still alive. I did not know if she was gone. I did not know if she was still out there, waiting. I waited another hour, then slowly, cautiously, I approached the door. I peered through the peephole. Nothing. The hallway was empty. I slowly, carefully, unlocked the deadbolt and chain and pulled the door open a crack. I scanned the hallway. Empty. But then I looked down. On my welcome mat, directly in front of my door, was a small, neatly folded piece of paper. And resting on top of it, a single, freshly picked red rose, identical to the one on my car. My hands shook as I picked up the note. It was a simple, elegant script. Sweet dreams. Alex, you really should get some new blinds. And maybe change your locks. Just a thought. The blinds. My bedroom blinds. I had been so careful with the living room, but I had not thought about my bedroom. It was on the side of the building, facing a narrow alley. No one would ever. She had been watching me sleep. I dropped the note. I did not even look at the rose. I just slammed the door shut, relocked it, and backed away, my mind reeling. She was not just outside. She had been watching. She knew my habits. She knew my apartment. And she was not just near my workplace. She was everywhere. I fled that apartment that day. Epectabe called a friend and crashed on their couch, telling them some vague story about a burst pipe. I called my landlord, broke my lease, and moved across town into a new building with better security, a doorman, and a whole lot more distance between me and my old life. I changed my phone number. I deleted all my social media. I even changed jobs, taking a position in a completely different part of the city, miles away from my old workplace. I rebuilt my life, brick by brick, tried to erase every trace of my old self that she might have known. But the fear never truly left. She vanished after that. No more roses. No more cryptic messages. No more sightings. It was like she had just evaporated. But that only made it worse. Because I know she is still out there. Somewhere. Watching. Waiting. The game is not over. It is just on pause. And I am always looking over my shoulder. Forever watched. Forever waiting for the next sign. The next whisper. The next innocent-looking photo. Because I know, deep down that one day, I will open my phone or walk past a window or turn a corner, and I will see her again. And I will know that she has found me. And this time, she won't just be saying goodnight. All right, so this happened to me a few years back, and even now, just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. It is the kind of story you hear on those true crime podcasts, the ones where you shake your head and think, that would never happen to me. But it did. And believe me, it was every bit as terrifying as you can imagine. I was, like a lot of people my age, trying to navigate the whole dating scene. I would have been on and off Tinder for a while, mostly just for kicks, but also with that underlying hope of finding someone, you know? Someone who was not a complete train wreck. I would have had my fair share of awkward dates, a few outright disasters, and one or two that just fizzled out. Nothing that ever made me fear for my life, though. Not until Mark. His profile was pretty standard. Decent pictures, a job in tech. Said he liked hiking and craft beer. Seemed normal enough. We matched, and our initial chats were actually pretty good. He was funny, engaged, asked thoughtful questions. We talked for about a week before he suggested we meet up. I was feeling pretty optimistic, which, looking back, was probably my first mistake. We decided to meet at a relatively busy gastropub downtown. It was a Friday night, so the place was buzzing, which always makes me feel a little safer on a first date. I got there a few minutes early, grabbed a booth, and ordered a sparkling water. He walked in right on time, and my initial impression was positive. He was taller than I expected, with dark hair and a friendly, if slightly reserved, smile. He was not conventionally handsome in a movie star way, but he had kind eyes, and his presence was calming. The date itself was genuinely good. We talked for almost 3 hours. He was a great listener, and he seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. We covered everything from our favorite travel spots to our opinions on the latest Marvel movie. He was witty, intelligent, and did not spend the whole time talking about himself, which, let's be honest, is a rare find on a dating app. I found myself laughing a lot, feeling comfortable, even a little bit charmed. I remember thinking, okay, maybe this is it. Maybe this is actually a good one. Around 11 o'clock, the place was starting to thin out a bit. We would finish our drinks, and I was getting ready to call an Uber. My car was parked a few blocks away, and it was a bit of a walk through some less than well-lit streets. As I was pulling out my phone, Mark looked at me with that same kind smile. Hey, he said, do not worry about an Uber. I parked pretty close, and I can just drop you off at your car, or even take you straight home if it is on the way. Now, normally, I am pretty strict about not getting into a stranger's car on a first date. Call it common sense, call it paranoia, but it is a rule I usually stick to. But here's the thing: Mark had been so normal, so polite, so utterly uncreepy. We would just spent 3 hours having a genuinely pleasant conversation. And it was late, and I really did not feel like walking alone through those streets. My guard was down. Way down. Oh, that is really nice of you. Mark, I said, probably blushing a little. Are you sure it is not too much trouble? He just smiled. Not at all. I am heading that direction. Anyway, besides, he added with a slight chuckle, I do not want you walking alone at this hour. It is safer this way. And that is what sealed it for me. He was being considerate. He was being a gentleman. I felt a little silly for even hesitating. Okay, yeah, that would be great. Actually, thanks. We walked out of the pub and headed towards where he said he would park. It was a little further than I expected, down a quieter side street. His car was a dark sedan, maybe a Honda Accord or something similar. Nothing flashy, nothing suspicious. Just a regular car. He opened the passenger door for me, and I slid in, a little giddy at the old-fashioned gesture. He closed my door, walked around, and got into the driver's seat. All right, he said, starting the engine. What is the cross street for your place? I told him my address, and he punched it into his phone, which was mounted on the dash. Everything felt normal. We started driving, and the conversation picked up again, light and easy. He asked about my weekend plans, and I told him I was hoping to finally get some laundry done, which sounds incredibly mundane, but it was just the kind of casual chat you have when you're feeling comfortable with someone. We were driving for about 10 minutes, and I noticed we were on a street that was not quite right. It was still in my general neighborhood, but it was not the usual route I would take home from downtown. It was a bit darker, with fewer streetlights and more trees. Hey, Mark, I said, trying to sound casual. This is not quite the way to my place. My street is actually a few blocks over, closer to the library. He glanced at me, his eyes briefly leaving the road. Oh, really? My GPS sometimes takes me on these weird detours. Just a shortcut. I guess it will get us there. He smiled that same kind smile and turned his attention back to the road. A little flicker of unease went through me. A shortcut. It felt like we were going further out of the way, not closer. But I brushed it off. GPS can be weird, right? And he seemed so confident. The street got even darker, the houses more spaced out. Now, this was definitely not my neighborhood. Not even close. My heart started to beat a little faster. Mark, I said again, my voice a little less casual this time. This is not right. We are going the wrong way. Can you just turn around? He did not respond immediately. He just kept driving, his hand steady on the wheel, his eyes fixed forward. The silence in the car suddenly felt heavy, suffocating. My throat felt dry. Mark, I repeated, my voice now laced with a definite edge of panic. Seriously, where are we going? This is not my street. This is not even my neighborhood. He finally spoke, his voice calm, almost attached. We're in a place where we can talk, really talk, without all the distractions. My blood ran cold. What are you talking about? I want to go home. Take me home. Mark, right now. I reached for the door handle. It would not budge. I pulled harder, rattling it. Nothing. It was locked. And not just locked in the usual way, where you can hit the unlock button. This felt stuck. Permanently stuck. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me. My breath hitched in my throat. I tried the window. I pushed the button, then pushed it again, harder. Nothing. The window did not even make a sound. It was like the controls were completely dead. What have you done? whispered, my voice barely audible. My eyes were wide, darting around the interior of the car, then to his profile. He still looked so calm, so utterly unbothered. He finally turned his head to look at me, and that is when I saw it. The smile was gone. His eyes, which had seemed kind and friendly just an hour ago, were now completely devoid of warmth. They were flat, cold, like chips of dark glass. "I told you," he said, his voice a low monotone. "We are going somewhere special." My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. This was not a shortcut. This was not a misunderstanding. I was trapped in a moving car with a stranger whose mask had just fallen away. I started to bang on the window, yelling, "Let me out! Mark, let me out right now!" My voice sounded thin and desperate in the confined space. I tried the door handle again, pulling with all my strength, throwing my shoulder against the door. It was solid, unmoving. The car felt like a steel cage. I even tried the back doors, leaning over the seat, but they were just as locked, just as unyielding. He did not react to my frantic struggles. He just kept driving, his gaze fixed on the road ahead, which was now nothing but a ribbon of asphalt winding through dense, dark woods. There were no houses, no streetlights, no other cars. Just trees, stretching up like skeletal fingers against a sliver of moon. "Nobody can hear you," he said, his voice cutting through my panic. "This car is modified." Modified. The word hung in the air, heavy with menace. He meant soundproofed. He meant the doors were rigged. He meant I was completely and utterly at his mercy. Tears sprang to my eyes, but I bit them back. Crying would not help. I had to think. I had to find a way out. I looked for anything at all. The glove compartment, the center console. Nothing obvious. No latch, no release. The seatbelt. Could I use the buckle to hit him? He was too far away, too focused on the road. "Please, Mark," I pleaded, my voice hoarse. "Whatever this is, please just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I swear. Just drop me off, and I will walk away. I promise." He chuckled then, a low, humorless sound that sent a shiver down my spine. "Oh, I know he would tell someone. That is why we are going somewhere where you can't." The drive felt endless. Every minute stretched into an eternity. My mind raced, picturing every horror movie scenario, every news story about missing women. I tried to remember details about him, about the car, anything that might help me later. But my thoughts were jumbled, clouded by fear. I kept trying the doors, the windows, just in case. But it was useless. The car was a tomb on wheels. I even tried to kick out the windshield, but it was too thick, too strong. My foot just bounced off it, sending a jolt of pain up my leg. He occasionally spoke, but not to me. He was talking to himself, or maybe to an imaginary person, whispering things I could not quite make out, but the tone was chilling, obsessive. He mentioned something about getting to know the real me, and finally being together. It was clear he had some kind of twisted fantasy playing out in his head, and I was the unwilling star. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 45 minutes, the car finally slowed. We turned off the paved road onto a dirt track, barely wide enough for the car. The trees closed even tighter, their branches scraping against the sides of the vehicle. The track wound through the darkness for a few more minutes, and then, dimly, through the trees, I saw it, an old, dilapidated farmhouse. It looked abandoned, derelict. Windows broken, paint peeling, porch collapsing. It was miles from anywhere, deep in the middle of nowhere. My stomach churned with dread. This was it. This was where he was taking me. He pulled the car up to the side of the house, right next to a sagging wooden shed, and turned off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the frantic pounding of my own heart. The car was plunged into near, total darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon filtering through the trees. He sat there for a moment, just breathing. I could hear his steady breaths, a stark contrast of my own ragged gasps. He did not move. He did not look at me. He just sat there like he was savoring the moment. Then, slowly, deliberately, he reached for his door handle. He pushed a button, and the faint click echoed in the silence. He opened his door. A sliver of moonlight illuminated his face as he stepped out. He looked back at me, still sitting frozen in the passenger seat, and that cold, dead stare was back. "Come on," he said, his voice flat. "Time to get out." I did not move. I could not. My body felt like it was encased in ice. He walked around the front of the car, his footsteps crunching on the gravel. I watched him through the windshield, my eyes wide with terror. He walked to my side of the car, paused, and then reached for the door handle. I braced myself, every muscle tense, ready to fight, to scream, to do anything. He pulled the handle. The door opened with a soft click. The sudden rush of cool night air was almost as shocking as the door opening. I stared at him, my mouth dry. He just stood there, holding the door open, waiting. He was not lunging, was not grabbing. He was just waiting. "Get out," he repeated, his voice still calm, still devoid of emotion. I slowly, cautiously slid out of the seat. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to stand. I kept my eyes on him, trying to gauge his next move. He was maybe a foot away from me. He was taller than me, broader. I knew I could not overpower him. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered, my voice trembling. He tilted his head slightly, a gesture that was unsettlingly normal. "I told you, we need to talk. Properly. Get to know each other. The real us." He gestured towards a dark farmhouse. Inside. I shook my head, backing away slowly. No, I am not going in there. I want to go home." He took a step towards me, and I flinched. "Do not make this difficult," he said, his voice still calm, but with an underlying steel that made my blood run cold. "It is much easier if you just cooperate." I looked around frantically. Darkness, trees, an abandoned house. No escape, no help. My eyes fell on a thick, gnarled branch lying near the shed. It was about arm's length, heavy looking. A desperate, foolish thought, but it was all I had. As he took another step towards me, I lunged for the branch. My fingers closed around the rough bark, and I yanked it up, turning to face him, holding it like a club. "Stay back." I yelled, my voice cracking. "Do not come any closer." He paused, a flicker of something, maybe surprise, in his cold eyes. Then a slow, chilling smile spread across his face. It was not a friendly smile. It was the smile of a predator. "Oh," he said, his voice almost a purr. "A fighter. I like that." He took another step, then another, slowly advancing. I swung the branch wildly, trying to keep him at bay. He just sidestepped it easily, like I was a child playing. He was faster, more agile than he looked. In a flash, he was on me. He grabbed my wrist, twisting the branch out of my hand. It fell to the ground with a dull thud. His grip was like steel, crushing. I cried out, struggling, kicking. He did not say a word. He just dragged me toward the house, his grip unwavering. I clawed at his arm, screaming at the top of my lungs. But his earlier words echoed in my mind, "Nobody can hear you." And he was right. My screams were swallowed by the vast, empty darkness. He dragged me up the 3 creaky steps of the porch and pushed open the front door. The inside was even darker than outside, smelling of dust, damp, and something else, something metallic and stale. My eyes struggled to adjust, making out vague shapes of furniture covered in white sheets. He did not take me into the main living area. Instead, he pulled me down a short, narrow hallway. At the end, there was a single door. He fumbled with a key and then pushed it open. What I saw inside, made my stomach drop further than it already had. It was not a torture chamber, not exactly. It was a bedroom, but not a normal one. The walls were bare, painted a dull, sickly yellow. There was a single bed, neatly made with plain white sheets, a small, rickety nightstand, and on the nightstand, a single framed photograph. It was a picture of me, not a picture from my Tinder profile, not a picture from my social media. It was a candid shot taken from a distance of me sitting at my kitchen table, drinking coffee, probably reading a book. My heart slammed against my ribs. This was not just a random stranger. This was someone who had been watching me, someone who knew where I lived, someone who had been stalking me. The horror of it was almost unbearable. He pushed me into the room, and I stumbled, catching myself on the edge of the bed. He followed me in, then calmly closed the door behind him. I heard the distinct click of a lock. "See," he said, his voice soft now, almost gentle, but was far more terrifying in his earlier monotone. "I told you we needed to be somewhere private, where we could really get to know each other. And now we are." I backed away from him until my back hit the wall, my eyes darting around the small room. There was no window, no other door, just the one he had just locked, and the picture of me staring back from a nightstand. "You have been watching me." I choked out, the words barely a whisper. He smiled again, that same chilling, unnatural smile. "For a while, yes, you are very interesting. And I knew, the moment I saw you, that we were meant to be together." My mind screamed. This was not just a date gone wrong. This was a full-blown nightmare. He was a delusional stalker, and I was his captive. He took a step towards me, then another. I pressed myself harder against the wall, trying to disappear into it. "Do not touch me." I whimpered. He ignored me. He reached out, slowly, deliberately, and touched my hair. I flinched violently, but he held my gaze, his eyes still those cold, dead chips of glass. "So beautiful," he murmured, his voice a low, gravelly whisper. "I have waited so long for you." I do not know what happened next. My memory of the next few hours is a blur of pure, unadulterated terror. He did not hurt me physically, not in the way I expected, but he talked. Oh, God, he talked. He sat on the edge of the bed, watching me, talking about our future, about how we would live here, just the two of us. He described details of my life that only someone who had been watching me could know, the way I always had coffee on my balcony in the mornings, the kind of books I read, even the fact that I sometimes sang off-key while doing dishes. It was all so intimate, so invasive, so utterly horrifying. He kept repeating that he loved me, that we were meant to be together, that this was just the beginning of our life. It was a twisted, sick parody of romance. I tried to reason with him, to plead, to beg. It was useless. He just smiled, his eyes blank, as if I were speaking a foreign language. At some point, exhausted and overwhelmed, I must have passed out, or perhaps he did something to me. I woke up on the bed, covered with a thin blanket. The room was still dark, but a faint sliver of gray light was visible under the door, indicating dawn was breaking. He was asleep on a sleeping bag on the floor, his breathing deep and even. My heart leaped. This was it. My chance. Every muscle in my body ached, but adrenaline surged through me. I slowly, carefully slid off the bed. I did not dare make a sound. I crept toward the door, my bare feet silent on the dusty floorboards. I reached for the lock. It was a simple deadbolt. I fumbled with it, my fingers trembling. Click. It turned. My breath caught in my throat. I could not believe it. He would left it unlocked. Or maybe he would locked it, and I would somehow manage to turn it in my sleep. It did not matter. It was open. I slowly, agonizingly slowly, turned the doorknob. The door creaked slightly, a sound that felt like thunder in in the silent room. I froze, my eyes on Mark. He stirred, mumbled something in his sleep, but did not wake up. I squeezed the narrow opening, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I was in the dark hallway. I could see the faint outline of the front door at the end. I tiptoed down the hallway, each step an agony of suspense. I reached the front door. It was a standard doorknob, and it turned easily. I pulled the door open, just a crack. The cool, damp morning air hit my face. Outside, the world was still shrouded in a pre-dawn mist. The shapes of the trees were ghostly, the ground wet with dew. I slipped out, closing the door as gently as I could. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, barefoot over the rough ground, through the mist-shrouded woods. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my skin, but I did not feel it. All I felt was a burning need to get away, to put as much distance as possible between me and that house, between me and Mark. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs threatened to give out. I did not know which way I was going. I just ran in a straight line, hoping to hit a road, a sign of civilization. After what felt like an eternity, I burst out of the woods onto a narrow, paved road. It was deserted. No cars, no houses, just endless stretches of trees on either side. But it was a road, a path to freedom. I kept running, stumbling, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I must have looked like a wild animal, disheveled, covered in dirt and scratches, my eyes wide with terror. Then, in the distance, I saw it, a faint light, a building, a gas station. I do not remember much about getting there. I just remember collapsing on the asphalt outside the gas station, sobbing uncontrollably. The attendant, a kind-faced woman with tired eyes, came out, saw me, and immediately called the police. The next few hours were a blur of flashing lights, questions, and the overwhelming feeling of relief mixed with profound shock. I told them everything about Mark, about the Tinder date, about the locked car, about the farmhouse, about the picture. They took me to the hospital. Physically, I was okay, just some scrapes, bruises, and a few nasty thorn cuts. But mentally, I was shattered. The police went to the farmhouse. They found it just where I said it would be. But it was empty, completely empty. No mark, no picture, no sign that anyone had been there recently, other than some faint impressions on the dusty floor that could have been anything. It was like he had vanished into thin air, taking all evidence with him. They searched the area, put out an APB, but he was gone. His Tinder profile had disappeared. His phone was untraceable. It was like he was a ghost. I ended up moving, changing my number, deleting all my social media. I still check my locks compulsively. I still get panic attacks if I am in a car and the doors automatically lock. And I have not been on a dating app since. Not a single one. The image of that picture, that candid shot of me in my own home, still haunts my nightmares. The thought that he was watching me, observing me, planning this twisted abduction. It is a horror that I do not think I will ever truly shake. Sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I think I hear a car idling outside just for a second, and I wonder if he is still out there, still watching, still waiting. Because even though I am safe, I know deep down that he is still out there. And the thought of that, the lingering threat, is a horror that will stay with me for the rest of my life. It all started with a tap on my window, a chilling sound that shattered the fragile piece of my new life. He was back. My ex-stalker, the one the police could not help with, had found me again. My stomach dropped to my feet, a cold dread washing over me that was all too familiar. I would spend months, years, trying to outrun him, to forget the constant feeling of being watched, the subtle intrusions that felt like psychological warfare. I would move across 3 states, change my number, deleted all my social media, and taking a remote job, all to disappear. I thought I was safe in this isolated cabin, nestled deep in the woods, miles from the nearest town. I thought I would finally find a place where I could grieve in peace. But that tap, it was not a branch, not a bird. It was deliberate, a slow, methodical thump, thump, thump against the pane, just loud enough to cut through the silence of the night. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I did not dare move, did not dare breathe. I just stood there in the dim glow of my living room lamp, staring at the window, half expecting to see his gaunt face pressed against the glass. But there was nothing, just a reflection of my own terrified eyes. He was a guy named Mark. We would met in college, friendly at first, then he would develop this fixation. It started with endless texts, then showing up where I worked, then following me home. When I finally cut him off, he escalated. Letters, gifts left on my porch, vague threats disguised as declarations of love. The police said they could not do much without a direct threat or physical harm. A restraining order helped for a while, but it felt like a temporary band-aid. He always found a way around it, or just waited until it expired. The last time before I fled, he would left a single red rose on my pillow inside my locked apartment. That is when I knew I had to run. Moving here, to this quiet, forgotten corner of the world, was supposed to be my sanctuary. It was also a place where I could try to mend a gaping hole in my chest left by Sarah. Sarah, my girlfriend, my everything. She was gone. A car accident, sudden and brutal, just 6 months ago. The grief had been a physical weight, crushing me, making every breath an effort. This cabin was meant to be a place to heal, to breathe, to simply exist without the constant threat of Mark or the overwhelming sorrow. I thought I could outrun both, but it seemed fate had other plans. The tap on the window was just the beginning. The next morning, my coffee mug, which I had left on the counter, was sitting on the floor, perfectly upright, next to the fridge. I knew I had not put it there. I lived alone. My doors were locked, my windows shut. I told myself it was just me, sleepwalking or my mind playing tricks. Grief and paranoia, a toxic cocktail. But deep down, I knew he was here. He was watching. Days turned into a blur of hypervigilance. Every creak of the old house, every rustle in the woods outside, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I started sleeping with a baseball bat by my bed. I installed cheap motion-activated cameras, but they only ever showed squirrels or deer. It was the things that were not caught on camera that haunted me, the faint smell of a cologne I recognized from years ago, lingering in my hallway, the feeling of a cold spot in a room that was otherwise warm, the distinct impression that someone had been sitting in my armchair, the cushions slightly depressed, even though I would have been out for hours. He was not just watching, he was inside. The isolation I would sought now felt like a cage. I had no one to talk to. My old friends did not know where I was, and I was too ashamed, too terrified to reach out. Who would believe me anyway? I was starting to question my own sanity. Was Mark even real anymore, or was he a phantom conjured by my trauma? Was I just hallucinating these things because I was so broken? One particularly lonely evening, the silence of the cabin pressing on me like a physical weight. The fear of Mark, combined with the crushing grief for Sarah, was too much. I found myself scrolling aimlessly on my phone, a relic I rarely used. I stumbled upon a dating app, one I had not touched in years. It felt wrong, almost sacrilegious, to even consider it. Sarah had only been gone for 6 months. But the loneliness, it was a gaping wound. I just wanted a distraction, a fleeting connection, anything to pull me out of the suffocating darkness. I swiped through a few profiles, my heart not in it, feeling guilty with every picture. Then I froze. My thumb hovered over the screen, unable to move. A profile picture stared back at me, and my blood ran cold. It was Sarah. No, it could not be. Sarah was gone. She was dead. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, convinced my mind was finally breaking. but the image remained. The same vibrant auburn hair, pulled back in a messy bun. The same startling green eyes that always seemed to crinkle at the corners when she smiled. The same sprinkle of freckles across her nose. Even the small, distinctive mole just above her left eyebrow, a tiny detail only I would have noticed and adored. It was her. Every single feature. Her name on the profile read Samantha. Samantha, not Sarah. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. This had to be a cruel joke, a scam, a glitch, or maybe, just maybe, I was truly losing my mind. I stared at the screen, my breath catching in my throat. My fingers trembled as I scrolled through her other photos. They were all her, laughing, posing with a cup of coffee, standing by a lake. The clothes were different, the backgrounds unfamiliar, but the face, the essence of her, was undeniably Sarah. I read her bio, searching for any telltale sign of a catfish, a fake. It was short, a little generic. Loves reading, hiking, and good coffee. Looking for genuine connections. Nothing suspicious. Nothing that screamed I am a ghost or I am a deranged stalker's puppet. My rational mind screamed at me to close the app, to delete it, to run. This was deeply unsettling, a violation of Sarah's memory, a twisted trick of fate. But another part of me, a desperate, broken part, could not look away. What if, by some impossible miracle, she was not dead? What if this was some cosmic second chance, a glitch in the universe? Or, more darkly, what if this was Mark's latest, most heinous torment? Was he trying to make me think I was seeing her, just to mess with my head? With a trembling finger, almost against my will, I swiped right. A split second later, the screen flashed. It is a match. My stomach lurched. It was real. Or at least, the match was real. Samantha was real. A message popped up almost immediately. Hey there. Your profile caught my eye. You seem interesting. It was a standard opening line, but coming from her, it felt like a cold hand reaching out from beyond the grave. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. What do you even say to a ghost? Or a perfect doppelganger of your deceased girlfriend? I typed, "Hey, Samantha, you really do too. You know, you look incredibly familiar." I waited, my heart in my throat. A few agonizing minutes passed. Then, the 3 dots appeared, indicating she was typing. Oh, really? I get that sometimes. Maybe we just have one of those faces. Ha ha. My blood ran cold. One of those faces. It was too casual, too normal. It was exactly the kind of thing Sarah would have said. I felt a wave of nausea. We exchanged a few more messages, mostly innocuous small talk. I tried to probe, to find any discrepancies, any sign that she was not who she seemed. I asked about her interests. Hiking, reading, coffee, she reiterated. Anything else? I pressed. Oh, I am also really into old movies, she replied. Especially classic horror. Sarah loved classic horror movies. She would drag me to watch black and white monster flicks whenever she could. It was another punch to the gut. The coincidences were stacking up, becoming too numerous to ignore. I suggested a voice call. I needed to hear her voice. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped the phone. She agreed, surprisingly quickly, when her voice came through the speaker. I nearly dropped the phone for real. It was Sarah. The same slight lilt, the same soft cadence, the same little laugh she would make when she was slightly nervous. My eyes welled up. It was so real, so impossibly real. So, she said, her voice a warm whisper that sent shivers down my spine. You said I look familiar. Do I remind you of someone specific? I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. Yeah, I managed, my voice hoarse. Someone very specific. My my ex-girlfriend. She passed away recently. There was a beat of silence. My heart pounded. Oh, she said, her voice softening, tinged with genuine sympathy. I am so sorry to hear that. That is really tough. I can't imagine. Her reaction was perfect. Too perfect. Or was I just a paranoid mess? I found myself talking about Sarah, about my grief, about how much I missed her. Samantha listened patiently, offering kind words, never interrupting. It felt like I was talking to Sarah herself, confiding in her, telling her how much I still loved her. It was twisted, beautiful, and utterly terrifying. After the call, I felt a strange mix of exhilaration and dread. I would talk to her. She was real, or at least her voice was real. I had to meet her. I had to know. We arranged to meet for coffee at a small cafe in the nearest town, a place I would visit only once or twice. I chose a public place, just in case. My hands were clammy, my stomach a knot of nerves. I arrived early, picked a table by the window, and watched the street, my heart thumping like a drum. And then she walked in. It was Sarah, dressed in a simple denim jacket and jeans, just like Sarah would wear. Her hair was down today, flowing in soft waves around her shoulders, just like Sarah's. Her green eyes scanned the cafe, and then they landed on me. She smiled, that familiar, breathtaking smile that used to light up my entire world. I could not breathe. It was not just a resemblance, it was an exact replica. Every curve of her lips, the way her nose crinkled, the subtle tilt of her head. It was her. She walked towards me, and I felt like I was watching a ghost. Hey, she said, her voice a little shy. You must be Alex. Samantha. I choked out, standing up, my legs feeling like jelly. Yeah, it is me. We sat down. I ordered us coffee, my hand shaking as I held the menu. I could not tear my eyes away from her. I tried to find a flaw, a difference, something that would break the illusion. But there was nothing. She was perfect. We talked for an hour, maybe more. She seemed perfectly normal. She laughed at my jokes, asked insightful questions, shared stories about her life that were, again, eerily similar to Sarah's experiences. She mentioned a trip she took to Italy, and Sarah had always dreamed of Italy. She talked about her love for indie rock, and Sarah had introduced me to half the bands I liked. Each coincidence, each familiar gesture, felt like a turn of the screw, tightening the vice around my sanity. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for her to reveal some sinister truth, or for Mark to burst in, laughing at his twisted game. But nothing happened. She was just Samantha, a beautiful, kind woman who happened to be the spitting image of my dead girlfriend. We went on a few more dates. Each time, the feeling of unreality intensified. I found myself falling for her, or rather, falling for the ghost of Sarah I saw in her. It was exhilarating and deeply disturbing. I would catch myself calling her Sarah, and she would just smile gently, saying, "It is okay. Alex, I understand." Her understanding felt less like empathy and more like knowledge, as if she knew why I called her that. Meanwhile, the stalker activity continued and even escalated. I started receiving anonymous texts. "She is not yours. You are replacing her too easily. You think you can just forget." The messages were always from burner numbers, untraceable. Then came the physical intrusions. I would come home to find a single red rose on my kitchen table, just like Mark had left on my pillow years ago. My old, worn-out baseball cap, the one Sarah had given me and I thought I would lost, was sitting on my bedside table. I had not seen it in months. I swore I would pack it away in a box in the attic. I tried to talk to Samantha about it, vaguely, without revealing the full extent of my past. I mentioned feeling watched, like someone was messing with my things. She listened, her green eyes wide with concern. "That is awful. Alex," she said, her voice soft. Are you sure you are safe here? Her concern felt genuine, but it also felt like a question loaded with unspoken meaning, as if she knew more than she let on. One evening, after we had spent the day hiking, I brought Samantha back to my cabin. It felt like a huge step, a violation of my sanctuary, but also a desperate need for connection. We were sitting on the couch, talking, when she picked up a small, framed photo from my coffee table. It was a picture of Sarah and me, taken years ago, laughing on a beach. Samantha traced the outline of Sarah's face with her thumb. She was beautiful, she said quietly. You really loved her, did not you? More than anything. I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. She looked at me, her eyes unreadable. You know, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. You have a certain way of looking at people you care about. A very intense gaze. My blood ran cold. That was something Sarah used to say to me. A very specific, intimate observation. I stared at her, my mind racing. How? How did you know that? I asked, my voice tight. She shrugged, a small, innocent gesture. Just a feeling. I guess. You are very expressive. It was not a feeling. It was a memory. Sarah's memory. My paranoia reached a fever pitch. I could not sleep. I could not eat. Every moment with Samantha was a battle between desperate hope and gut-wrenching terror. Was she a victim? Was she a pawn? Or was she something far, far worse? I started looking for flaws in her story. She mentioned growing up in a small town, but could not remember the name of her elementary school. She talked about a beloved pet cat, but could not recall its breed. Small things, easily dismissed as forgetfulness, but to my hyper-vigilant mind, they were glaring red flags. One afternoon, I was at Samantha's apartment for the first time. It was sparsely decorated, almost sterile, as if she had not lived there long. I noticed a small, old photo album tucked away on a bookshelf. Curious. I pulled it out. Oh, those are just some old family photos, she said, walking over a little too quickly. Nothing interesting. I flipped through a few pages before she gently took it from my hands. The first few photos were generic, blurry shots of landscapes or distant figures. Then I saw it. A picture of a young girl, maybe 10 years old, with long, dark hair. She was smiling, but her eyes, there was something off about them. They looked vacant, almost dead. And next to her, a man I recognized instantly. Even though he was younger, his face less gaunt. Mark. My breath hitched. I dropped the album. Mark. I whispered, my voice trembling. Samantha froze. Her smile vanished. Her eyes, usually so warm and familiar, were now cold, distant. Who? She asked, her voice flat. Mark. I repeated, pointing at the photo. That is Mark, my stalker. What is he doing in your family photos? She slowly picked up the album, her gaze fixed on the picture. A strange, unsettling calm settled over her. That is my uncle, she said, her voice devoid of emotion. He was a difficult man. We do not talk about him much. An uncle, Mark. My stalker was her uncle. It was too much, too coincidental, too sickening. No, I said, shaking my head. No, this is not right. He is my stalker. He is obsessed with me. He has been harassing me for years. She looked up at me, her face pale, her eyes wide. Alex, what are you talking about? My uncle passed away years ago. He was a good man, just troubled. I stared at her, my mind reeling. Was she lying? Was she truly oblivious? Or was this all part of some elaborate, twisted game? The vacant eyes of the girl in the photo flashed in my mind. I could not stay there. I made an excuse, mumbled something about an urgent call, and practically ran out of her apartment. I drove back to my cabin in a haze of terror and confusion. The pieces were starting to slot together, forming a picture so horrifying I did not want to see it. Mark, Samantha, Sarah, the uncanny resemblance, the strange knowledge, the continuing harassment. It was all connected. That night, the tap on my window returned. This time, it was not a tentative thump, thump, thump. It was a loud, insistent bang, 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 rattling the glass. I jumped out of bed, adrenaline coursing through me. I grabbed the baseball bat, my hands slick with sweat. I know you are there. Mark. I yelled, my voice cracking. What do you want? The banging stopped. Silence. Then a voice, low and distorted, drifted from outside, seeping through the walls. It was Mark's voice, but warped like it was coming through a broken speaker. You do not deserve her. Alex, the voice rasped. You never did. You let her go. You let her die. My blood ran cold. He knew about Sarah. He knew everything. But I saved her. The voice continued, a chilling, triumphant note creeping into it. I brought her back. For you. For us. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. What are you talking about? I screamed, pressing myself against the wall, the bat held aloft. A shadow moved outside the window, briefly obscuring the faint moonlight. A tall, gaunt figure. Mark. She is perfect now, he whispered, his voice gaining clarity, a sickeningly intimate tone. I made her perfect, just like you always wanted. Never leave her again, Alex, or you will regret it. Then a new voice, soft and familiar, joined his, a voice that made my blood run to ice in my veins. He is right. Alex. It was Samantha. Her voice. Sarah's voice, coming from outside my window, right next to Mark. He saved me, she said, her tone flat, devoid of emotion. He brought me back. For you. I crept to the window, my breath catching in my throat. I peered through a crack in blinds, my eyes wide with horror. Standing outside, bathed in the sickly yellow glow of my porch light, were Mark and Samantha. Mark had his arm around her shoulders, a possessive, triumphant smirk on his face. And Samantha, she was looking directly at me, through the window, her green eyes wide and unblinking. But it was not Sarah's gaze. It was empty, vacant, like a doll's eyes. Her skin seemed too pale, her movements almost stiff. She looked like a perfect replica. But the life, the spark, the soul that was Sarah was gone. Mark raised his free hand, and in it he held a small silver locket. Sarah's locket. The one I would given her on our first anniversary. The one that was supposed to have been buried with her. He opened it, and in the moonlight, I could see a tiny picture of me, smiling. She is yours, Alex, Mark said, his voice a low, chilling chuckle. A second chance. But remember, she is my creation, my gift, and if you ever displease me, well, I can always take my gifts back. Samantha looked at me, and a slow, unnatural smile spread across her face. It was Sarah's smile, but it held no warmth, no joy, only a terrifying, empty mimicry. Her lips moved, forming words without sound, but I could read them clearly, etched into my brain forever. I am back. Alex. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. This was not a ghost. This was not a doppelganger. This was something far more monstrous, something that defied explanation, a desecration. Mark had not just found someone who looked like Sarah. He had done something to Sarah, or created a twisted version of her. He had stolen her death, her memory, and her peace, and warped it into a weapon of torment. I stumbled back from the window, my legs giving out, collapsing onto the floor. The baseball bat clattered from my grasp. I clutched my head, trying to make sense of the nightmare, to deny the unspeakable horror unfolding outside my cabin. But the image of Samantha's empty eyes, her unnatural smile, and Mark's triumphant, deranged face were burned into my mind. I did not know how long I lay there, curled in a ball of pure terror. Eventually, the voices faded. The porch light flickered and died. Silence returned to the woods, but it was no longer a comforting silence. It was a heavy, suffocating blanket of dread. I did not sleep that night. I did not sleep for many nights after. I fled the cabin the next morning, leaving everything behind. I did not care about my belongings, my remote job, or my attempts at a new life. I just ran. I drove until the gas tank was nearly empty, then abandoned my car and took a bus, then a train, then another bus, heading in no particular direction, just away. Away from the cabin, away from the woods, away from Mark, and away from the horrifying reanimated. I remember it was a Tuesday night, late autumn, when I first saw Sarah's profile pop up on my screen. I would have been on and off dating apps for years, mostly off, and mostly because the whole thing felt like a job interview where everyone was trying to be someone they were not. But Sarah was different. Her pictures were good, not overly filtered, just natural. She had this kind of intense, dark-eyed gaze that was both alluring and a little unnerving, like she knew a secret joke you had not quite caught on to yet. Her bio was short, almost cryptic, looking for someone who appreciates the unique. We matched, and to my surprise, she messaged me first. Her opening line was something about my obscure band t-shirt in one of my photos, a band I thought nobody else in the city had ever heard of. That immediately piqued my interest. We started talking, and the conversation just flowed. It was not the usual awkward back and forth. It was like we would known each other for ages. She was witty, intelligent, and had this dry sense of humor that perfectly matched mine. Our first date was at a cozy little bar downtown. She looked even better in person, that same intense gaze, but softened by a genuine smile. We talked for hours, about everything from our favorite sci-fi movies to our childhoods, discovering an uncanny number of shared interests. I felt a connection I had not felt in a long time, maybe ever. It was exciting, a little scary, and utterly captivating. The second date, then the third, only solidified that feeling. Sarah was unlike anyone I would ever met. She had an air of mystery about her, a quiet confidence that sometimes bordered on enigmatic. She rarely talked about her family or her past in detail, always deflecting with a charming smile or a change of subject. But I was so smitten, so caught up in the whirlwind of our blossoming connection, that I barely noticed. Or maybe I just chose not to. I was finally happy, finally felt like I would found someone special. A few weeks into us officially seeing each other, she suggested something different for our next date. "I want to show you a special place," she said one evening, her eyes glinting in the low light of my apartment. "It is a family property, a bit out of the way, but it is unique. I think you will appreciate it." My heart did a little flutter. Unique was her favorite word, and it always seemed to preface something intriguing. "Sounds great," I said, genuinely excited. "What kind of place is it?" She just smiled, that subtle, knowing smile. "You will see. It is best experienced without preconceptions." That should have been my first red flag. Or maybe my second, after the whole does not talk about her family thing. But I was too far gone. I agreed, eagerly anticipating whatever adventure she had planned. The following Saturday, she picked me up in her car, an older model sedan that was meticulously cleaned but had an almost invisible layer of dust on the dashboard, like it was not driven often. We drove for a while, leaving the city lights behind, heading out into the rural stretches where the roads narrowed and the street lights became few and far between. The sky was clear, studded with a million stars, and the air grew colder, crisp with the scent of pine and damp earth. We passed through a couple of small towns, their main streets already dark and deserted, before turning onto a long, unpaved road. Gravel crunched on the tires, and the car bounced gently over potholes. Trees loomed on either side, their bare branches clawing at the moonless sky. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the occasional whisper of wind through the foliage. My phone had lost signal miles ago, a detail I noted with a slight tremor of unease. Are we almost there? I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice had a slight edge to it. The sheer isolation of the place was starting to get to me. Sarah glanced at me, her profile illuminated by the faint glow of the dashboard. Almost, just around this bend. Her voice was calm, almost soothing, but there was an underlying current of excitement I could not quite place. And then, through a break in the trees, I saw it, the house. It stood silhouetted against the faint starlight, a hulking, two-story structure that seemed to sag under its own weight. It was old, clearly abandoned for decades, or at least that is what my brain initially tried to tell me. The paint had long since peeled away, leaving patches of bare, gray exposed to the elements. The roof line was uneven, and several shingles were missing, creating jagged gaps against the sky. What looked like a collapsed porch sagged precariously in front. But it was not just the age or the decay that made my blood run cold. It was the windows. Every single one of them, from the ground floor to the upper story, was boarded up, not just flimsy plywood, but thick, heavy planks, secure with what looked like industrial-strength bolts. And behind those boards, I could just make out the glint of metal bars, crisscrossing the glass. It looked less like a house and more like a fortress, or perhaps a prison. And the doors. There were two visible doors, one at the front and what looked like a side entrance. Both were solid, heavy wood, but what truly caught my attention were the locks. Not just a single deadbolt, but multiple, heavy-duty padlocks, glinting dully in the faint light. Big, rusty, old-fashioned padlocks. The kind you would see on a storage unit or a forgotten shed, not a residential home. Some were even chained, the thick links wrapped around the frames and through metal loops hammered into the wood. My stomach dropped. "Sarah," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "What is this place?" She pulled the car to a stop a little ways down the dirt path, killing the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. She turned to me, that enigmatic smile playing on her lips. "This is it. My family's old estate." Estate. I swallowed hard, trying to reconcile the word with the decaying, fortified structure before us. It looks abandoned. And those locks, the bars on the windows. What is going on? Her smile did not falter, but her eyes held a spark I had not seen before, a strange, almost manic excitement. "Oh, it is not abandoned, just well protected. We have had some issues with squatters in the past, and some of the family heirlooms are quite valuable. Plus, it has been in the family for generations, and some traditions are just deeply ingrained." She shrugged, as if explaining away a minor eccentricity. My mind raced. Squatters. Valuable heirlooms. This was not some quaint, rustic family home. This looked like a place people were trying to keep things in as much as keep things out. My instinct screamed at me to get back in the car, to make an excuse to run. But I was frozen, partly by fear, partly by the sheer disbelief that this was happening, and partly by the strange hold Sarah had over me. "Come on," she said, her voice a little too light, a little too eager. She reached into her bag, pulling out a heavy, clanking ring of keys. The sheer number of keys on that ring made my heart pound even harder. Some were old, ornate, clearly for antique locks, while others were modern, heavy-duty security keys. I watched her get out of the car, her movements fluid and unhesitant. She walked up to the front door, the gravel crunching under her boots. I hesitated for a moment, then, against every fiber of my being, I followed. My legs felt like lead, each step an effort. As I approached, the scale of the fortification became even more apparent. The padlocks were rusty, but clearly functional, some of them the size of my fist. The chains were thick, wrapped around the door frame like an iron snake. Sarah, with surprising strength, began to systematically unlock them. Click, clank, thunk. Each sound echoed in the oppressive silence of night, a metallic symphony of dread. It felt less like opening a door and more like disarming a trap. "It takes a while," she said, without looking back, her voice muffled by the effort. "But it is worth it. The inside as well, you will see." I stood there, arms crossed, trying to project an air of nonchalance I absolutely did not feel. My eyes darted around, trying to spot any sign of other houses, any light, anything to suggest civilization. There was nothing, just a dark, silent forest and this terrifying, locked-down house. Finally, with a last, heavy thud as the final chain was removed, Sarah pushed the door inward. It groaned on ancient hinges, a long, drawn-out wail that seemed to carry all the sadness and decay of the place. A gust of cold air, heavy with the smell of dust, mildew, and something faintly metallic and sweet, like old blood and dried flowers, washed over me. It was an odor that instantly made my stomach churn. The interior was a black void. No light spilled from within, no hint of a welcoming glow. Just absolute, impenetrable darkness. "Wait here," Sarah said, stepping inside. I heard her fumbling, then a click, and a weak, yellowish light flickered to life. It was a single bare bulb, hanging precariously from the ceiling, casting long, dancing shadows that made the already unsettling entrance hall even more menacing. The hall was narrow, choked with dust and cobwebs. Faded wallpaper peeled in strips from the walls, revealing the plaster beneath. The air was thick, heavy, and cold, even colder than outside. It felt like walking into a tomb. Everything was covered in a thick layer of undisturbed dust, like the house had been sealed for centuries. "Come on in," Sarah said, turning to me, her face illuminated by the sickly yellow light. Her eyes seemed to gleam, reflecting the bulb's glow like a cat's in the dark. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves, and stepped across the threshold. The floorboards creaked under my weight, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the entire house. The door swung shut behind me with a soft thump as Sarah released it, and I heard the chilling sound of her re-engaging the locks, one by one. Click, clank, thunk. The heavy chains were replaced, the padlock secured. We were locked in. "Just a precaution," she said, noticing my alarmed expression. "Old habits die hard." I tried to force a smile, but my lips felt stiff. Right, old habits. My mind was racing, trying to come up with a reason, any reason, to get out of there. But I was trapped deep in the woods with no phone signal, and a date who was suddenly a stranger. She led me further into the house. Each step I took stirred up clouds of dust, making me cough. The air tasted stale, like old paper and dried leaves. We passed several rooms, all equally dark and shrouded in dust sheets, looking like ghosts of furniture. The doors to these rooms were also closed, and I noticed, with a fresh wave of dread, that many of them also had padlocks, smaller ones, but padlocks nonetheless. What is behind all these locked doors? I asked, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. Sarah paused, her hand resting on a closed, padlocked door. "Oh, just old storage. Things the family did not want to throw out, but did not want to look at either. Sentimental clutter, mostly." She gave a dismissive wave of her hand. "Do not worry about it." But I was worrying. My anxiety was a physical knot in my stomach. This was not just unique, it was deeply, fundamentally wrong. She led me down a narrow, winding hallway that seemed to get darker with every step, even with the single bulb struggling to push back the encroaching shadows. The walls here were covered in even more peeling wallpaper, depicting scenes of faded flowers and birds that looked almost menacing in the gloom. The air grew colder, and that metallic sweet smell grew stronger, mixed with something else, something vaguely organic, like decaying meat or damp earth. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper now. "Just a little further," she replied, her voice still light, but with an undercurrent of something I could not quite decipher. Anticipation. Glee. We reached the end of the hallway, where a steep, wooden staircase descended into absolute darkness. The banister was splintered and covered in a thick layer of grime. The air coming from below was even colder, carrying with it the full force of that sickening, sweet metallic odor. The basement, I asked, my voice cracking. My favorite room, she said, her eyes shining in the dim light. She started down the stairs, her steps light and confident. I hesitated, my hand gripping the cold, grimy banister. Every cell in my body screamed at me to turn around, to fight my way back to the front door, to somehow escape. But I was paralyzed, a rabbit caught in the headlights, following the predator out of a morbid, terrifying curiosity. I started down the creaking stairs, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Each step felt like I was descending into a deeper circle of hell. The darkness below seemed to swallow the meager light from the hallway, and I could barely see the steps in front of me. Suddenly, Sarah stopped at the bottom. I almost bumped into her. She pulled a small flashlight from her pocket and clicked it on. The beam cut through the oppressive darkness, revealing a vast, cavernous space. It was not a typical basement. There were no shelves of old jars, no forgotten washing machine. Instead, it was a large, open room with a low ceiling, supported by thick, rough-hewn wooden beams. The walls were bare stone, damp and glistening in places. The floor was packed earth, uneven and littered with what looked like dried leaves and twigs. But it was what was in the center of the room that truly made my blood run cold. There was a large, circular table, crudely constructed from heavy planks of dark wood. Around it were several mismatched chairs, some old dining chairs, some more like benches, all facing inward. On the table, arranged with chilling precision, were various objects. Candles, some half-burnt, others pristine. Small, ornate wooden boxes. And in the very center, a tarnished silver bowl, filled with a dark, viscous liquid that glinted menacingly in the flashlight beam. The air here was thick with that cloying, sweet metallic smell, now so strong it almost made me gag. "Welcome," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible, but laced with undeniable reverence. "This is where my family truly gathers." I stared at the scene, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. This was not a family estate or storage. This was something else. Something ancient and disturbing. My gaze fell upon the walls again, and this time, in the sweeping beam of Sarah's flashlight, I saw them. Drawings, carved directly into the stone. Crude, primitive figures, some humanoid, some grotesque, with elongated limbs and gaping mouths. They seemed to be dancing, or perhaps struggling, around a central, abstract symbol that looked disturbingly like a distorted eye. What is all this? I managed to stammer, my voice hoarse with fear. Sarah turned to me, her face in shadow, but her eyes were still glowing, reflecting the flashlight. "This is our heritage, our connection. This is where we honor the old ways." She gestured around the room with a sweeping hand. "This is where we remember, where we provide." Provide. The word hung in the air, heavy and ominous. My eyes darted to the silver bowl again, the dark liquid within. It looked like blood. Fresh blood. A sudden, sharp realization hit me. Like a punch to the gut, the padlocks, the bars, the isolation, the smell. This was not about keeping things out. It was about keeping things in. Or maybe keeping things from getting out. "Sarah," I said, my voice trembling, "I think I need to go. I am not feeling well." Her smile widened, but it no longer reached her eyes. It was a predatory grin, cold and unfeeling. "Oh, but you just got here. The night's just beginning. And you are exactly what we have been waiting for." A cold dread seeped into my bones, colder than the damp basement air. Waiting for. Before I could react, she moved with surprising speed, grabbing my arm. Her grip was incredibly strong, her fingers like iron clamps around my bicep. Yes, a fresh face, a new perspective, someone who appreciates the unique. She pulled me toward the table, towards a circle of chairs. I tried to pull away, panic finally overriding my shock. No, let go of me. Sarah. She merely tightened her grip, her face now a mask of chilling determination. Do not be silly. You are part of the family now. You just do not know it yet. As she dragged me closer to the table, the flashlight beam swept across a far corner of the basement, and I saw them. Other figures. In the shadows. They were sitting on benches, hunched and still, almost blending into the stone walls. At first, I thought they were statues, or perhaps old, forgotten furniture covered in dust sheets. But then one of them stirred. A long, skeletal hand, covered in mottled, gray skin, slowly lifted, beckoning. My blood ran cold. These were not statues. These were people. Or what used to be people. Their faces, barely visible in the gloom, were gaunt, their eyes sunken in black, their limbs unnaturally thin and twisted. They looked ancient, desiccated, like mummies brought to a horrifying, slow motion life. They were the source of that smell, that sweet metallic decay. My family, Sarah whispered, her voice filled with disturbing affection. They have been waiting for you. I struggled violently, adrenaline surging through me. No, get away from me. I kicked out, my foot connecting with her shin. She grunted, but her grip did not loosen. She was stronger than she looked, far stronger. Do not fight it, she hissed, her voice losing its sweet edge, becoming sharp and guttural. It is an honor. She dragged me to one of the empty chairs at the table. The other figures in the shadows began to stir more, their movements slow and jerky, like puppets with rusty strings. Low, guttural murmurs filled the air, a chorus of ancient, hungry sounds. As she forced me into the chair, I caught a glimpse of the table again. Besides the candles and the silver bowl, there were other items. A collection of rusty, wicked-looking tools. Knives, some with serrated edges, others long and thin like scalpels. A small, ornate hammer, and a coil of thick, rough rope. Fear, raw and primal, consumed me. This was not a date. This was a sacrifice. I was going to be provided. With a desperate surge of strength, I twisted, wrenching my arm free from her grasp. I scrambled out of the chair, my heart hammering against my ribs, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I did not know where to go, but I knew I had to get out of that room, out of that house, away from Sarah and her family. I bolted, running blindly toward the stairs, stumbling over the uneven earth floor. The murmurs in the shadows grew louder, a chorus of hungry whispers and dry, rattling coughs. I heard Sarah cry out, a furious, inhuman shriek that echoed off the stone walls. Get him, she shrieked, and I heard the sound of multiple sets of feet shuffling and dragging, coming after me. The family was moving. I clambered up the stairs, my hands scrabbling for purchase on the grimy banister. My lungs burned and every muscle screamed in protest, but I pushed myself harder. I could hear them behind me, their slow, deliberate steps, but also the frantic, heavy thud of Sarah's boots. I burst into the upstairs hallway, gasping for air, my eyes frantically searching for an exit. The single bare bulb in the entrance hall still cast its sickly light, but it seemed impossibly far away. All the other doors were still padlocked. I was trapped in a maze of decay and dread. I ran toward the front door, slamming my body against it, desperate to get out. The heavy wood did not budge. I fumbled with the locks, my fingers clumsy and numb with terror, trying to undo the chains and padlocks that Sarah had so painstakingly secured. But they were too complex, too numerous, and my panicked hands could not even begin to figure them out. Do not bother. Sarah's voice hissed from behind me. I spun around. She was standing at the end of the hallway, backlit by the faint glow from the basement stairs, her silhouette appearing impossibly tall and gaunt. Behind her, in the deeper shadows, I could see the other figures, slowly emerging, their sunken eyes fixed on me. They were closer now, and I could hear their dry, rasping breaths. They smelled of grave dirt and something else, something utterly ancient and dead. My eyes darted around, searching for any other way out. A window, any window, but they were all boarded and barred. I was a rat in a trap. Then my gaze fell upon a heavy, ornate umbrella stand near the front door. It held several old wooden walking sticks, and one, thicker than the rest, had a heavy brass handle. Without thinking, I grabbed it, pulling it free. It was heavier than I expected, solid and surprisingly balanced. "Stay back," I yelled, brandishing the walking stick like a weapon. My voice was shaky, but the act of defiance gave me a flicker of courage. Sarah laughed, a dry, rattling sound that was utterly devoid of humor. "You think that will stop us? We have waited generations for this. For someone like you." She took a slow, deliberate step forward, and the others behind her mirrored her movement, a silent, shuffling procession of horrors. I knew I could not fight them all. I was just one man against whatever they were. My eyes scanned the hallway again, desperate. There had to be another way. Then I saw it, a small, almost invisible seam in the wallpaper near the back of the hallway, where a door might have once been. It was not padlocked, just papered over. A forgotten, hidden door. It was my only chance. Without a second thought, I turned and ran, sprinting past Sarah and her monstrous family, towards a faint outline of the hidden door. Their guttural cries erupted behind me, a cacophony of ancient hunger. I reached the seam, my heart pounding, and slammed the brass-handled walking stick against it with all my might. The old wallpaper tore, and the wood beneath groaned. I hit it again and again, splinters flying, the sound echoing like gunshots in a silent house. Behind me, Sarah shrieked, a sound of pure rage. "He is getting away. Stop him." I heard a sudden, surprising burst of speed from behind me. Sarah was fast, too fast. I felt a cold, skeletal hand brush against my back, its touch like ice. I roared, fueled by terror, and brought the walking stick down one last time, aiming for the weak point in the old wood. With a splintering crash, the hidden door gave way, revealing a narrow, pitch-black passage beyond. It smelled of damp earth and stale air, but it was a way out. I dove through the opening, blindly scrambling into the darkness. I heard Sarah's furious cry right behind me, and then a sickening thud as she slammed against the now broken door frame. The other creatures were still shuffling, their dry, rattling breaths filling the small space. I did not stop to think. I just ran. The passage was narrow and sloped downwards, a claustrophobic tunnel of cold earth. I could hear their pursuit behind me, their slow, deliberate movements, punctuated by Sarah's frantic shouts. But they were slower now, their ancient bodies perhaps not suited for such a tight space. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly, until I could no longer hear their sounds. The passage eventually opened into a wider space, still dark, but with faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of light far ahead. It was an exit. I stumbled out into the cool, night air, gasping, collapsing onto the damp earth. I was in a thick patch of woods, far from the house. My body ached. My clothes were torn and covered in dirt, and my hands were raw and bleeding. But I was out. I was alive. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran to the dark woods, tripping over roots and branches, my heart still hammering my chest, the image of Sarah's predatory grin and her ancient, desiccated family burned into my mind. I ran until I could not run anymore, until my legs gave out and I collapsed, shivering, in a ditch by the side of a deserted road. Eventually, hours later, a passing car found me, a kind couple heading home from a late shift. They saw my disheveled state, my obvious terror, and immediately stopped. I tried to tell them what happened, but the words caught in my throat, tangled by fear and disbelief. All I could manage were frantic, broken sentences about a house. and locks and a woman named Sarah and things in the basement. They took me to the nearest hospital. The doctors treated my cuts and bruises, and the police took my statement. But when I tried to explain the padlocked house, the barred windows, the ancient, decaying figures, the silver bowl of blood, they just looked at me with pity. They drove out to the location I described, but they found nothing. Just an empty, overgrown patch of woods. No house. No traces of anyone having been there. They chalked it up to shock, to a hallucination induced by trauma. They suggested I might have wandered into an abandoned building, had a bad fall, and imagined the rest. But I knew what I saw. I knew what I felt. It has been years since that night. I never went on a dating app again. I moved to a different city, tried to rebuild my life. But I never truly escaped that house, or Sarah or her family. Every creak of an old floorboard, every strange smell, every shadow in the corner of my eye brings me back to that night. I still have nightmares, vivid and terrifying, of those sunken eyes and that sweet metallic smell. Sometimes late at night, when the world is quiet and the darkness presses in, I wonder the house is still out there, hidden away in those woods, waiting. I wonder if Sarah and her family are still there, still honoring their old ways, still waiting for someone new to appreciate the unique. And I wonder with a cold, sickening dread if one day I will see that intense, dark-eyed gaze again, just around the bend, or perhaps right outside my window, because some doors once opened can never truly be closed. And some things once seen can never be unseen. And some dates are just never meant to end. A few years have passed since that night. Years that feel like decades, yet simultaneously like yesterday. The memory of Mark, the farmhouse, the photo of me in my own home, it is a scar that never quite fades. It is not a physical scar, but a deep, jagged gash on my psyche, a constant reminder that the world is not safe, that evil can wear a charming smile, and that the illusion of control is just an illusion. I did everything they told me to. Moved to a new city, far away. Changed my name legally, not just my contact info. Deleted every trace of my old self from the internet. A digital ghost. Therapy became my new religion, a weekly pilgrimage to try and stitch myself back together. For a long time, I could not even look at a dating app without feeling a wave of nausea. The idea of trusting someone new, of letting my guard down even for a second, was an alien concept. Every door had to be double locked, sometimes triple. Every shadow held a potential threat. The sound of an automatic car lock engaging would send a jolt of ice through my veins, a phantom echo of that night. Even the hum of my refrigerator could sometimes mimic the low thrum of a car engine, sending my heart into a frantic drum solo against my ribs. Life, however, has a stubborn way of pushing forward. My therapist, Dr. Evans, a kind woman with perpetually tired eyes, gently nudged me towards reconnecting with the world. She said isolation was a self-imposed prison, a different kind of captivity. After years of small steps, grocery stores, coffee shops, eventually a new job that allowed me to work mostly from home, I started to feel a fragile sense of normalcy returning. The panic attacks lessened. The nightmares became less frequent, though never truly gone. One evening, about 4 years after Mark, I found myself staring at my phone, a dating app icon mocking me from the home screen. It was Tinder again, the same app that had led me to him. The irony was not lost on me. I would download it on a whim during a particularly lonely night, and then immediately hid it in a folder, too scared to open it. But now, after a good session with Dr. Evans, where we talked about reclaiming control and facing fears, I felt a tiny spark of defiance. I would not let him win. I would not let him steal my future, my chance at happiness. So I opened it. My heart hammered, a frantic little bird trapped in my chest. I created a new profile under my new name, using carefully curated photos that did not reveal anything identifiable about my location. My bio was vague, friendly, but cautious. I swiped left on almost everyone. Too intense, too vague, too many red flags. I was a professional flag spotter now. Days turned into weeks. A few tentative conversations. A couple of coffee dates that went nowhere. Each time I met someone, I chose a busy, public place, told a friend my exact location and who I was with, and made sure I had my own transportation. No exceptions. It was exhausting, but it was my new normal. Then, I saw him. Or rather, I saw him. His profile popped up one Tuesday evening. Michael, 32. Nice smile, a little too perfect. A few photos, one hiking, one with a dog, one at a cafe. All standard. His bio was short, charming, and just a little bit familiar. He mentioned a love for deep conversations under the stars and a desire to find someone who truly understands the quiet places of the soul. A shiver went down my spine. It was not an exact match to Mark's old profile, which I barely remembered anyway. But there was something about the tone, the way he phrased things, a subtle undercurrent of intensity beneath the veneer of casual charm. My finger hovered over the swipe left button, but a morbid curiosity, a flicker of the old detective work I used to do, stopped me. I wanted to see if anyone else had noticed anything. I swiped right. A match. Of course. His first message came almost immediately. Hey, my new name. I really like your profile. You have such a warm smile. Generic, but the speed was unsettling. I replied politely, keeping it brief. We exchanged a few messages, nothing concrete, just light banter. I kept my answers vague, giving away nothing. He seemed normal enough, but the feeling persisted. A tiny, insistent hum of unease at the back of my mind. Then, another profile appeared a few days later. David, 34. Different photos, slightly different vibe, more rugged, outdoorsy. But his bio, it mentioned deep conversations under the stars and finding someone who truly understands the quiet places of the soul. Word for word. My blood ran cold. This was not a coincidence. This was it. The same language, the same subtle intensity. It felt like a code, a signature. My carefully constructed walls, the ones I would spent years building, began to crumble. The paranoia I would fought so hard to suppress clawed its way back, sharper and more insidious than ever. I started digging. I remembered the advice the police had given me back then, about looking for patterns, about how predators often refine their methods. I began searching through dating apps, not just Tinder, but Bumble, Hinge, even some of the more niche ones. I was not looking for Mark directly. I was looking for the pattern. I searched for those specific phrases, for similar photo styles, for anything that felt off. It became an obsession, a frantic, desperate hunt that consumed my nights. Sleep became a luxury I could not afford, my mind racing with algorithms and profile details. And I found them. Dozens of them. Christopher, 31. Ryan, 35. Jason, 33. All different names, different ages. Different photos, some clearly stock photos, others subtly altered. A few even looked like they were taken in different parts of country. But the bios, that was the key. Not all of them were identical, but many contained variations of that unsettling phrase. Deep conversations on the stars, or a soulmate who understands the silent language of hearts. Others use a specific, almost poetic turn of phrase about finding light in the deepest shadows that Mark had used during our first date, a line I would brushed off as romantic at the time, but now echoed with sinister intent. The profiles were meticulously crafted. Some were more intellectual, some more adventurous, some artistic. They were designed to appeal to different types of women, to cast a wide net. It was a sophisticated, calculated operation. This was not just some random guy catfishing. This was a professional, a hunter. And then, I saw it. A profile for Daniel, 36. The photos were of a different man entirely. A clean-cut, unassuming guy. But in one of the background photos, barely visible behind Daniel's shoulder, in what was supposed to be a candid shot at a coffee shop. There was a distinctive hand-carved wooden bird on a shelf. A small, unique detail. My breath hitched. I remembered that bird. Mark had one in his living room, a gift from his grandmother. He would said it was carved from dark wood, with intricate, almost tribal patterns etched into its wings. I would notice it because it looked so out of place in his otherwise sparse, modern apartment. I would even comment on it. He would smile, a slow, possessive smile, and said, "It is special. It watches over me." The blood drained from my face. It was not just a pattern of behavior, it was him. Mark was back, or someone who had learned from him, someone who knew his methods, his particular quirks. The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me, colder and more potent than anything I would felt in years. It was not just a fear of him, it was a fear for all the other women out there, unknowingly swiping right on his carefully constructed lies. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped my phone. The room suddenly felt smaller, the air thicker. I felt like I was back in that farmhouse, trapped, helpless. The old compulsions returned with a vengeance. I got up, checked the front door, then the back, checked the windows, even the tiny vent in the bathroom. My eyes darted around my apartment, every shadow a potential hiding place, every creak of the old building a sign of his presence. He was not just a ghost in my past anymore. He was an active predator, still out there, still hunting. And he was using the same tools, the same psychological manipulation. The sheer scale of it was what truly horrified me. Dozens of profiles, hundreds of potential victims. How many had he already lured? How many had ended up in a dilapidated farmhouse, staring at a photo of themselves, taken without their knowledge? I knew I could not just sit there. I had to do something. I started taking screenshots of every single suspicious profile, meticulously cataloging them. I noted the names, the ages, the bios, the photo styles, any commonalities. I even tried reverse image searching some of the photos, hoping to find their true origins, but many were too generic or too heavily edited. My first thought was to report them to the dating apps. I spent hours navigating their clunky reporting systems, explaining in detail why I believed these profiles were fake and predatory. I cited the identical phrases, the inconsistent photos, the sheer volume. I got automated responses, generic emails saying they would investigate. But nothing happened. The profiles remained active. It was like shouting into a void. Next, the police. The thought filled me with dread. I remembered how helpless they had been before, unable to find Mark, unable to offer any real protection beyond suggesting I move and change my identity. But this was different. I told myself this was a pattern, evidence of a widespread operation. I called a non-emergency line, my voice shaking as I recounted my story, omitting the part about my new identity, just sticking to the facts of the fake profiles. The officer on the phone listened patiently, but I could hear the skepticism in his voice. "Madam, people create fake profiles all the time. It is not illegal to use a pseudonym." I tried to explain the predatory nature, the specific language, the link to my past experience, but he just kept circling back to the difficulty of proving malicious intent online. He suggested I block the profiles and move on. If he contacts you directly, then we can talk. I hung up, feeling defeated, frustrated, and more isolated than ever. They did not understand. They could not see the chilling pattern I saw, the invisible threads connecting all these disparate profiles to a single malevolent spider. As I continued my obsessive digging, a new, more sinister layer began to unfold. I started receiving strange messages. Not from Mark, not from any of the fake profiles I would found, but from anonymous accounts on various platforms I barely used. A cryptic email from a sender named Observer77. A direct message on an old, forgotten Instagram account from Watcherinthwoods. They were short, unsettling, and vague. You are looking in the wrong places. Some secrets are best left buried. The past always catches up. My heart pounded with a sickening rhythm. He knew. He knew I was looking. He had found me, even with my new identity, my new life. How? How could he possibly know? Had he been watching all along? Had he planted some kind of digital breadcrumb that I, in my desperation to find him, had now stumbled upon? The messages escalated. One email contained a blurry, distant photo of my old apartment building, the one I would lived in before Mark. Another, a screenshot of a news article about a missing woman from a different state, circled with a red digital pen. The article was years old, unrelated to Mark, but the implication was clear. I know what you are afraid of. I know what I am capable of. I stopped going out. I had groceries delivered. My work, which had been a welcome distraction, became another source of anxiety. Every notification on my phone sent a jolt of fear through me. I started seeing things. A dark sedan parked down the street, always there, always empty. A flicker of movement in the alley behind my apartment. I became a prisoner in my own home, the very place I had worked so hard to make my sanctuary. One night, as I was poring over my compiled evidence, trying to find a new angle, a new clue, a new way to make someone believe me, I received a message on one of the dating apps. It was not from Michael or David or Daniel. It was from a new profile I had not seen before Mark, 38. The name hit me like a physical blow. The profile picture was a silhouette, dark and indistinct. His bio looking for someone special. Someone who understands the R connection. Someone who is not afraid to dig deep. My hands shook so violently I could barely hold the phone. He was mocking me. He knew I was looking. He was putting his name out there, taunting me, daring me. I matched with him. My finger trembled as I swiped right, a desperate, foolish hope that I could somehow engage him, get him to reveal something, anything that would help me. His message came instantly. Hello again, my new name. It has been a while. My blood ran cold. He used my new name. The name only a handful of people knew. My therapist, my new employer, a couple of trusted friends. How? How could he possibly know? This was not just a random reappearance. This was targeted. This was personal. Panic seized me, a suffocating grip that stole my breath. I felt the familiar walls of terror closing in. He had not just found me, he had been watching me, waiting for me to step back into the light, to try and reclaim my life. And now, I had walked right back into his web. I typed back, my fingers clumsy with fear. Who is this? His reply was swift. You know who it is. You have been looking for me. Have not you? So eager to reconnect. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging. He was playing with me, toying with me like a cat with a mouse. I had spent years trying to escape, trying to forget, trying to build a new life. And in my desperate attempt to protect others, I had only succeeded in drawing him back to me. I received another message, this one from the Observer 77 email address. It contained a single attachment, a photo. I hesitated, my heart pounding in my ears. Every fiber of my being screamed, do not open it. But the morbid curiosity, the desperate need to understand the extent of his reach, pushed me. I clicked. The image loaded slowly, pixel by agonizing pixel. It was a photo of my living room. My new living room. The one I was sitting in right now. The angle was slightly off, as if taken from outside, through a window. And in the foreground, perfectly framed, was me, sitting at my computer, staring at my phone, my face pale and streaked with tears. The horror that washed over me was absolute, complete. He was not just watching me online. He was watching me now. He was outside. He was here. The sound of my own ragged gasp filled the silence of the apartment. I scrambled backwards, knocking my chair over, my eyes darting frantically towards a window. The blinds were closed, as they always were. But the photo, it was undeniably my living room, my exact position. A soft tap. It was not a loud bang or a dramatic crash, just a soft, almost polite tap coming from the window. My breath hitched. I froze, every muscle in my body locked in terror. I could not move. I could not even scream. Another tap, slightly louder this time. A gentle, rhythmic pressure against the glass. He was out there. He had been out there. All along. The fake profiles, the cryptic messages, the subtle signs they were not just a game to lure new victims. They were bait for me. He knew my past. He knew my trauma. And he knew I would not be able to resist trying to expose him. He had laid a trap, a psychological one, knowing I would walk right into it, driven by a perverse sense of responsibility and a desperate need for closure. And now he was here. He had found me, and I had no idea what he wanted, only that he was not going to let me go again. The silence in my apartment stretched, thick and suffocating, punctuated only by the frantic beat of my own heart. The tapping stopped, but the feeling of being watched, of being utterly exposed and vulnerable, remained. It was a feeling that I knew, with chilling certainty, would never truly leave me again. I was back in his world, and this time there was no escaping the game.